going to be part 7, if I'm not mistaken, of Steins Elite on the Nintendo Switch. And, well, let's continue where we stopped yesterday. We were on chapter 6, I think. I think so, anyway. You're a genius? What about... Hold on. I'm gonna turn off my phone because otherwise it's not gonna stop ringing all afternoon. You're a genius. Who?
何よいきなり気持ち悪いな
I scrambled for my phone.
Mayuri, 今どこに?
Ah, figures. It went to voicemail.
Mayuri, 今すぐ俺に連絡をくれ。わかったな。今すぐだ。
I look at my watch again. It's just past 5 o'clock. Thank God for the time leap machine. It makes me shiver to imagine what would have happened without it. I have 2 hours until Moika kills Mayuri. Everything is going to be okay. That's plenty of time to escape. First, I'll meet up with Mayuri and leave Akiba. We can go to Ikebukuro. Wait, what if they're watching your house? Maybe we should hop the bullet train and get out of Tokyo entirely. Somehow I doubt that this is gonna work. Anyway, we're fine as long as Moika doesn't find her today. So first, I need to find Mayuri. He always does.
二人とも今すぐここから離れろ。
どういうこと
I only have 30,000 yen and some change. Still, I do have some savings in my bank account. I'll need to stop by an ATM and withdraw everything I have.
何よまた中二病岡部どこ行くのよおい
You can die as far as he's concerned. I run full speed to Yanabayashi Shrine. I'm not good at exercise in the first place. Now I regret not borrowing Suzuha's bicycle. But no, there wasn't time for that. Finding Mayuri comes first. I run to the courtyard where I find Lukako standing alone with her bamboo broom.
Lukako!
岡部さんどうしたんです
マユリはどこだ
まゆりちゃんだったらもう帰りましたけど
Figures!
はい後でまゆりちゃんにごめんなさいって伝えてくれませんか僕やっぱりどうしてもコスプレはできませんって断っちゃってまゆりちゃんを悲しませたくはなかったんですけどやっぱり人前に出るのは恥ずかしくて
I don't have time to listen to Lukako's apologies.
マユリは帰ったんだな
はい
I know she comes to the lab at around 6:30. It's still 5:15. No matter how slowly you walk, it shouldn't take more than 20 minutes to get to the lab. Where did she go? So what was she doing for the extra 40 minutes? We don't have time for this.
本当に帰ったのかどこかへ寄るとは言っていなかったか
いえ聞いてませんけど岡部さん一体何が
もしマユリがここに戻ってきたらすぐに俺に電話するように伝えるんだ
Hi, RNG!
はい
How are ya? Better check the lab, we might have missed each other. When I get back to the lab, nobody's there but Daru. Did Kurisu go shopping by herself?
マユリは帰ってきてるか？え、いや。あいつどこへ？
Every minute, every second is precious. Each moment I waste brings me closer to Mayuri's death.
オカリンさ、さっきからなんでそんなピリピリしてるん？
マユリの居場所を知らないか？
だからルカシのところっしょ？
いなかった。帰った後だった。
About the same.
じゃあ他のレイヤー仲間のところとか
Tired, but nonetheless good.
そのレイヤー仲間の連絡先を教えろ。
いや、知らんし。
Damn. It's easy to forget since she's usually here, but Mayuri and I rarely spend time together outside of the lab. May Queen and the shrine. That's about it. I have no idea where else she might go.
ああ、そういえば。
Hmm?
何かしているのか？
Yeah, do you know something?
携帯の電源が切れそうとか言ってたような気がする。
Yet another setback. Not only am I unable to contact her, she might not even notice my phone calls.
なあ、一体どうしたん？
なぜここに残っている？今すぐラボを離れろと言ったはずだ。
理由もなしにそんなこと言われてもわけわからんつうか。一体何が始まるんですみたいな。
マユリが殺される。
は？
Yeah, and this is not a fantasy this time.
奴らは襲撃をかけてくる。だからお前は逃げろ。
え、マジ？
Yeah, it's not is a Chunibyo thing this time.
相手にもそう伝えるんだ。
なんでオカリンはそれを知ってるわけよ。まさか使ったん？
I nod gravely. I kick Daru out of the lab and send him home. He promised to call Kurisu for me and tell her to stay at her hotel, but a few minutes later she calls me directly and demands an explanation. It takes some effort, but I manage to convince her to do as I say. Now I just need to wait for Mayuri to get back. Mayuri returns to the lab at 6:30. That leaves about 20 minutes before Moika's attack. The time leap machine doesn't matter. Moika can have it. My top priority is to prevent Mayuri's death. That's right, I forgot about Suzuha.
岡部倫太郎、そこで何してんの？
いや。
The way she moved during the attack was practically superhuman. Just who is she?
あ、わかった。
Not an enemy, that's for sure.
今日宴会やるらしいから、その準備でしょ？
それを誰から聞いた？
椎名まゆり、ぜひ来てねって言ってたよ。
Did you see her? When?
という
Where?
わけで、私もお邪魔することに。
ダメだ。
もしかして、私邪魔だった？
いや。
まあ、私もラボ面にしてもらったとはいえ、所詮は部外者だしね。
そうじゃなくてだな。
んだよ岡部、うちのバイトも仲間に入れてやれ。おめえはこいつに借りがあるんだろ。
Yeah, but not today.
今日の宴会は中止だ。だからバイト選手よ。悪いが今日は帰ってくれ。
中止なの？
ああ、すまない。
Ask her where she saw Mayuri. When?
岡部、何をしてんのかともかく、いざとなったら無茶だけはすんなよ。
え？まゆりと喧嘩をしましてね。ちょっと参ってるんです。それだけですよ。
That would be hard to believe. Mayuri fighting with anyone? Yeah, it's not a very good lie. I checked the time on my phone. Mayuri should be returning about now. Ah.
ちょっと、どうしたのよ？
I have no more time to spend chatting with Suzuha.
マユリ
おかり
Now that I've secured Mayuri, we need to get as far away from Akiba as we can. It might already be too late.
おかりそんなに急いでどこ行くの
走れ駅に行くいいから走ってくれ
I can't get the image of Mayuri's death out of my mind. I won't let them kill her. I won't.
ねえどこ行くの
そうだなとりあえずつくばが横浜あたりに
Everything will be fine once we make it on the train. I hold this thought in my mind as we run. It might already be too late if the trains are already not running.
休んだ方がいいんじゃないかな
電車に乗るまでは走り続けろ
でもねおかりんすごい汗だよ運動苦手なのにね無理すると
That much is true. What time is it? When we reached the station, I realized that something is wrong. It's already too late. Trains are already stopped. Seriously packed. What's going on here? A protest? Some kind of street performance? That's right, before the attack, the trains were stopped by a bomb threat. No wonder there are so many people standing around. How could I have been so stupid? In my haste to flee the city, I completely forgot.
どうしたんだろうね
All of the train lines are stopped. We can't escape Akiba. But before we get more than a few steps, a man steps out of the crowd and blocks our way.
岡部倫太郎だな。
Oh no, who is that?
おかり知り合い
一緒に来てもらおう。
No!
誰だ
He doesn't answer.
抵抗するな、殺す。
セルンか
He is with Moika? She must have planned for this in advance. They must have a way to know as well. Are you going to kill us with all these witnesses around?
冗談だと思わない方がいい。
I feel something cold against my back. I don't realize what it is at first. Am I going to die here? Will my time leaping be for naught? No, I can't give up. The crowd at the station has grown even thicker. People are starting to argue with the station personnel, demanding to know when they can go home. And the people are starting to argue with the... wait, what? There was twice the same line of dialogue? The situation is quickly becoming chaotic. Some people are trying to get out of the station, others are still showing up because they hadn't heard of the bomb threat, and others are still waiting for the operations to start again. The push and shove between all of them has led to utter chaos. Suddenly, a fight breaks out nearby. It looks like some people are trying to shove their way through. This could be our chance. One person breaks out of the crowd and pushes between me and the man holding the gun as he makes a break for the exit. Now!
マユリ逃げるぞ
I grab Mayuri's hand and start running. We have to fight our way through the crowd, but that also thwarts our pursuers. Once we break through the human traffic, we start running as fast as we can from Akihabara Station. But we can't return to the lab. Moika's group will be staging their attack shortly. And is the subway still running? If we get on at Suirocho Station, we can take the Ginza line to Shibuya. From there, we can grab a train heading out of Tokyo. Saving your life, Mayuri. Are they with CERN too? How many men do they have?
いいかマユリお前の方が足が速いからお前だけでも逃げろ
She will refuse.
袋の岸文字に行けそこで
I tried to say there, but I'm silenced by a horrible sight. The group from before is chasing us. We're surrounded by enemies. The familiar streets of Akiba are filled with agents of CERN.
あなたたちに逃げ場はないわ。私たちの仲間はすでに秋葉原中に散らばっている。
Is escape impossible? Our enemy is a multinational conspiracy willing to kill anyone who gets in their way. No matter what, we must get away. Leading Mayuri by the hand, I jumped the fence onto the road. Something strikes me with crushing force, sending me tumbling across the pavement. Oh, don't tell me Mayuri died from this. I grit my teeth against the pain and raise myself to my hands and knees. No! Not again! No response. How many times is she gonna have to die? This can't be happening again. The car that ran us over, a white van, pulls up.
動きは止めたわ。
Her again. Did she know the exact moment she needed to be here? In order to run over poor Mayuri?
岡部君。いえ、岡部倫太郎は確保。警察に連絡して。椎名真由里が死んだ。
殺すんだ
あなたが逃げるからよ。
Mustering my strength, I leap up and throw myself at Moika. She goes down hard. I hear her head smack against the pavement. I stand up and look around. Moika is dazed and unable to stand, but I see CERN agents making their way towards us through the crowd. I've got to get out of here. I have to get back to the lab and time leap again. Fighting the pain of my broken leg, I managed to drag myself back to the lab. Surprisingly, CERN's men didn't chase me. Nobody's at the lab when I arrive. I remembered to break into the brown tube workshop to turn on the 42-inch CRT. My vision is blurry, it's hard to focus. But still, I forced myself to activate the X68000 and input the settings. They killed her again. I failed to protect her. I used the number 3 timer setting. Should I really use the machine?
当たり前だ真由里が死んだんだぞ
This can't be allowed to happen. I will save Mayuri whatever it takes. Here we go again. world bends, pulses, then returns to normal. Because I wasn't watching the screen, I don't know how far back he went. Whether he went still as far back as last time or even further back. The pain of my wounds has vanished. It's like magic. I still don't have a single injury on my body. They've been replaced with this piercing pain in my head. I fight back a wave of nausea and take stock of the situation. Another successful time leap that makes 3. Well, this machine works well. Pardon me. It looks like the time leap machine works perfectly. I'm sure it would boost Kurisu's confidence if I told her. But that will have to wait until Mayuri is out of danger.
Mayuri wa?
It looks like the same
Mayuri wa doko da?
Where is Mayuri?
いきなりなんぞマユシならルカシのところ行くって言ってたじゃん
Damn, she already left? I should call or send a mail, but her phone has no battery left. Yeah, and I was thinking even if he... I bet that even if he tried to tell her to stay away from him, to try to keep her safe, they might still find her and take her hostage to try to get him to come with them. So I need to get in touch with her somehow. Mayuri went to see someone after leaving the shrine. The question is who? Think. Lukako. Yeah, phone Lukako instead of going there. Is Mayuri with you?
岡部さん、どうしたんです？
She already left.
はい、ちょっと待ってくださいね。
Stay at the shrine, don't leave, or go to the station and meet me there. This will give us hours to spare.
お前今どこだ？柳林神社か？今からそっちに行く。いいか？絶対にそこから動くなよ。
なんで？一体何の騒ぎ？
ダル、それに助手よ。二人とも今すぐここを出て、できるだけ秋葉から遠くに逃げろ。ただし、電車は絶対に使うなよ。
なんだと
できれば普段行かないような場所に隠れて一晩過ごすんだ。分かったな。
一晩過ごすとかつまり僕とマキセ氏はラブホテルでハーハーするんですね。わかります。
黙ってろ変態。
Yeah, please, shut it.
岡部、
The situation is serious. What's going on, Okabe?
いいから言う通りにしてくれ。事情は後で話す。いいか？絶対に戻ってくるなよ。
I dash out of the lab disregarding Kurisu's and Daru's something. What was that? Kurisu and Daru's demands for an explanation. Okay. I was right to borrow Suzuha's bicycle. I arrived at the shrine far earlier than if I had run.
マユリ！
ああ、オカリン。もしかしてオカリンも援護に来てくれたの？
援護？
ルカちゃんにコスを着てもらうためのね、説得だよ。
Please. Not now.
まゆりちゃん、本当に無理だよ。僕、恥ずかしくて絶対着られないから。ねえ、オカリン。ルカちゃんを説得するいい方法、何かないかな。まゆしにはルカちゃん攻略法がもう思いつきません。僕、本当に無理なんです。なのに 諦めてくれなくて。
I feel the telltale sting in the back of my nostrils. Tears well up in my eyes. I grit my teeth and resist the urge to cry. To see them talking so happy and carefree. I thought that this peace would last forever. And yet...
すまない二人とも。コスプレの話は後だ。前より荷物を置け。ルカ子に預けるんだ。
There's no time to waste!
どういうこと？
Hurry!
これから遠出する。
遠出？旅行かな？え？旅行？二人で行くんですか？
そうだ。
I take off running, half dragging Mayuri along. I don't remember the exact time, but I should have at least 2 hours before the train stopped moving. If we wanted to, we could even leave from Akiba Station. But that seems like a bad idea. Moika and her men might already be there. Yeah. Why do they repeat the thing sometimes? We should board from another station near Akiba. There's Ochanomizu, Shinochanomizu, Iwamoto-cho, Sueiro-cho, and Hawaji-cho stations. There's also Kanda and Ogachimachi stations a little farther away. If the plan is to head for Yokohama, the fastest way is to take the bullet train from Tokyo Station. To get to Tokyo Station without passing through Akihabara Station, we need to depart from either Kanda or Awaji-cho Station. We could walk to Tokyo Station in an hour, but I don't want to waste that much time.
オカリ、遠出ってどこ行くの？
俺たちはセルンに命を狙われている。
どういうこと？
No, it's for real this time.
詳しい説明は後だ。とにかく秋葉を離れるんだ。
うん。
I decide on Awaji-cho Station and start running. If we can make it to Yasukunidori, the station's right there. But I freeze when I see a group of 6 men walking just ahead. Are they Moika's men? I don't know, but we can't take the chance. I'll pull Mayuri into a nearby alley. How many men does CERN have? When did these patrols start? I have no way of knowing. Damn, what should we do?
オカリ、マユシは
怖いよ。
なんだか怖いよ。
The fear on Mayuri's face gives me my answer. I can't expose her to danger. We have to take the back roads. As long as we can get out of Akiba. There's no way of knowing where CERN's men could be.
隠れろ。
Several young men pass by. They are not particularly fit, and each of them is carrying a bag full of computer parts. I don't think they're the enemy, but I can't be sure. The only way to be safe is to treat every group of men as a potential threat. At this rate, it'll be night before we escape Akiba. Maybe we should just go for it and hope to get lucky. I look up the closest station with my phone. Ochanomizu and Sueiro-cho are about equidistant from our current position. It's super hard to read these names. Sueiro-cho takes us near the lab, but Ochanomizu is on the same line as Akihabara. It might be affected by the bomb threat.
Mayuri, しばらくここでじっとしていてくれ。
どこ行くの？
駅までの道に敵がいないか見てくる。
And while I'm at it, scout the streets between here and there. We'll need to take the shortest route if we want to get out of here.
マユシは置いていかれたくないな。
Poor girl.
すぐ戻る。30分しても戻らなかったら誰かに連絡を取って秋葉から離れろ。クリスか鈴葉あたりがいいだろう。
そんなこと言っちゃやだよ。絶対戻ってきてね。でないとマユシ
絶対戻る。
I leave Mayuri behind and run to Ochanomizu Station. Wary of surrounding eyes, I scout the streets and decide that the back alleys of Kandamyojin will give us the best chance of avoiding detection. You know what would be best to avoid detection? Drop the white lab coat, because you stand out from the crowd that way. Get rid of that stupid coat. Once we make it to the station, we'll just have to pray. I race back to the spot I left Mayuri.
マユリ、
I call out for her when I reach the place where I left her. She's been taken hostage.
動くなって言ったのに。
At first I assume Mayuri just wandered off somewhere like she often does, but then another possibility dawns on me. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Could Cern's men have found her? If so, why would they have abducted her? I knew I shouldn't have left her alone. I should have stayed by her side no matter what. Still, I can't give up. I scour the neighborhood for Mayuri. But when I fail to find any trace of her, I return to the lab in despair. You might as well already go back to the past. It's a mail from Moika. We have her. She's on her way here. When she says we need to talk, she probably means I'm going to kidnap you and take the time leap machine. Nosebleed now. Great. Just great. Just as I'm about to delete the mail out of frustration, I notice there's an image attached. I swallow and open it. It's a scan of a foreign newspaper article. February 28, 1961, 50 years ago. It's not in English. I look at the picture. Wait. The picture is of a Jenny man embedded in the wall of a house. Mayuri. Damn! Can't you go back further? Screeching fills my ears, needles stab into my brain. It's getting frustrating. I leapt immediately after seeing the photo. I couldn't accept it, not even for a second. In the 20 minutes I took my eyes off of Mayuri, she was captured by Cern. They took her to France and stuck her in the LHC. They sent her through their unstable black hole 50 years into the past. It wasn't an experiment, it was just a warning, a threat. How could anyone do such a thing? Now that I've recovered slightly from the shock, I realize that Mayuri was probably still alive when Moika sent me that picture. A flight to France takes at least 12 hours after all. It could even have been when her abductors were taking her to Narita. What? Hold on. Narita airport, okay. Even so, her fate was already decided. Perhaps that 50-year-old newspaper article appeared out of thin air the instant they found her. Our enemies don't consider Mayuri human. I'm filled with rage. I won't let them have her. The clock shows 5:05 p.m. Not as much time left as I thought. Come to think of it, the time leap machine should be able to send me back to noon at least. I'll do that next time. Next time! Right! A chill runs up my spine. What am I thinking? Next time, have I already given up on saving her this time? I shake my head to clear it off negative thought. Judging by the time, Mayuri's already left the shrine. So I can't contact her until she gets back to the lab. All I can do is wait. Once again, the Brown Tube workshop closes early and Mayuri arrives just as Mr. Brown is leaving. There's no time to waste. We have to get out of Akihabara as quickly as possible. We run through Kanda Myojin's back streets to Ochanomizu Station. But standing in front of it were a bunch of apparent hitmen. Change of plans. We turn around and head for the Shin Ochanomizu subway station. We arrive at the station later than I intended. I don't usually come here, so I got lost. I stare nervously at the platform clock. According to the scrolling display, the Yamanote, Keihin, Tohoku, and Sobu lines have already suspended operations. Wait, it looks like the Chiyoda line has too. It must be protocol to assume that nearby stations may be threatened, even stations on unconnected lines. Damn. Mayuri hasn't said a word about my strange behavior. This is the third time I've led her on this escape, but each time she follows me without complaint. Because she trusts you. Does she really trust me that much? Yeah. Maybe she can feel my desperation. That's why I want so badly to save her. We've been together for more than a decade. She's like a little sister to me. I'll leap as many times as it takes.
あのね、オカリ、マユシーは聞きたいこといっぱいあるけど、今は我慢しとくね。
Thank you for saving us that trouble, Mayushi.
その代わり、終わったらね。
Yeah.
約束する。
That's right. While we wait for the train, I should ask Mayuri about her whereabouts today. If I have to leap again, I'll need all the information I can get.
お前、ルカ子に会った後はどこ？
ふぶきちゃんからメールがあってね、マユシーのコスにちょっと問題発生しちゃってたのです。それを直しに。
ふぶきちゃんというのはどこに住んでいる？
住んでるっていうかね。
Starbucks
今ちょうど
instead of Starbucks.
UPX のスタ
Tips list. A coffee shop chain. Fictional.
ベまで来てたのです。
So that's where she was. Just then, an announcement plays over the PA system. The subway is resuming normal operations. Right now, Moeka should be in Hakihabara, heading to the lab. Everything is going to be alright. Another announcement, our train is arriving. I can hear the rumbling and see the lights at the end of the tunnel. Don't tell me someone is gonna push Mayuri onto the tracks. Please, don't let it be so. Because I can't imagine a million ways that she might die. The roar of the train draws nearer and nearer. Mayuri and I are standing just behind the white line. No! I reach for her hand, but I guess there's no hurry now. I'll let my hand fall to my side, empty. No!
今日のパーティー
It's difficult to make her out over the rumbling.
中止になったけど、絶対にいつか。まゆりお姉ちゃん。
Hmm? Hmm? Oh, no! Suddenly, Mayuri disappears.
Eh?
There she is, leaning out over the tracks. She's off balance, as if she stumbled or someone pushed her. But that was an accident this time. Wait, this is so stupid. She seems to hang there for a moment and then the train comes straight into the station. I don't even want to sound dramatic right now because I saw it coming. I heard an unusual sound from under the train, a sound that chilled me to the bone. Sparks fly as the train slams on the brakes. Yeah, blah blah blah. The people on the platform scream. I turned to where Mayuri was just a moment ago. There stands a familiar girl. The tiny form of an elementary schooler, an innocent face, a cute black rabbit bag slung over her shoulder. Tennoji Nai. Her eyes are wide. Her lips tremble.
私まゆりお姉ちゃん見つけてびっくりさせたくて
Well, that was a surprise, alright.
わざとじゃわざと
She stares at me for a few more seconds as if waiting for me to say something, then turns and runs away. She disappears in the direction of the exit staircase. The platform is in chaos. The PA informs us that there has been a personal injury accident. Nae is already gone. I don't go after her. Instead, I peek timidly through the gap between the train and the platform. One side of the track is a wash of red. My mind is blank. I can't think. Yeah, her fate isn't really decided then. If this time she died from a totally unrelated reason, they couldn't send back her corpse through their time machine, could they? So it's not necessarily decided, but it just doesn't bode well, I would say. I don't even remember how I got back to the lab. Moeka's group should have come and gone, but the time leap machine is still here. I guess I should be grateful. I was gonna say, yeah, that jelly Mayuri that we saw, I guess it arrived because they had already gotten her, and this was gonna be her fate anyway on that timeline, but now that timeline has been reset, so it's not necessarily set in stone. Moeka's group should have come and gone, but the time leap machine is still here. I guess I should be grateful. It takes longer than usual to set up the machine. For some reason, I have trouble recalling my own phone number. At last, it's ready. Hold on, because I have to send a message there. Sucks that I can't be left alone. Jeez. Bear with me there. Bear with me. Well, okay, I'll finish answering that afterwards. It takes longer than usual to set up the machine. For some reason, I have trouble recalling my own phone number. At last, it's ready. He's going back further in time now. Now, take me back. Okay, he went a bit further back this time. The leap occurs instantaneously. Titer claimed that his time machine takes 1 hour of subjective time to travel 10 years. I don't know if Hours has the same behavior, but now is not the time to find out. 10 years. I have no business that far back. Besides, according to Kurisu, time leaping too far into the past could cause mental disorders due to the gap between personality and memory. Yeah, but you're not that much more different that far back. Mayuri is speaking into the refrigerator while singing to her chicken. I was right to come back 4 hours. Give me a few seconds so I can finish typing that message. Okay, there we go, and I'll turn my phone back off. They can just figure things out without me. Nobody is indispensable. Okay. I was right to come back 4 hours. But what the hell happened back there? Mayuri died again. For a totally unrelated reason. This time it happened at Shino Chanomizu Station, a place completely unrelated to the lab or the bomb threat. Tennoji Nae pushed her onto the tracks. Could Nae be working for CERN too? Nah. No, that can't be right. Nae has a habit of jumping on Mayuri and greeting. But why did she choose that precise moment? It's like fate is playing a cruel joke on us. Whatever the case, all that matters now is that I have another chance. I need to act. I have the power to save Mayuri. I will do whatever it takes to find a way. I have an idea. I think the reason they keep finding Mayuri and the others is that Moeka came to know about his time machine. If he could go as far back as to not know, not tell her anything, I would expect that things would turn out better, maybe? But I don't know if this is what they're gonna be going for, though. This time we hail a taxi on Chuodori. It'll be expensive, but that hardly matters now. However... What was that? There was the reflection of a dog, it seemed, in the window. The traffic is unusually heavy. It was smooth sailing at first, but as soon as we got out of Akihabara, we got caught in a jam. It's been 3 hours now. So much for going back further. The driver says it's never been this bad before. Worse yet, we're surrounded by one-way streets, so we can't even take a detour. The only thing keeping us inside this taxi was the vain hope that things would start moving and the belief that we wouldn't make it far on foot. I consider getting off here and taking the train, but then I remember what happened at Shino Chanomizu Station. I have a bad feeling about this. This can't be a coincidence. Once again, I feel the malice of fate manipulating the situation. Is Mayuri going to die again? Just then someone knocks on the window. It's too late, apparently. It all happens too fast. How many times are we gonna have to watch her die? This is really getting old. They killed her again. Why? Why can't I save her? Why won't you let me save her? Who decided that Mayuri must die? Moeka? CERN? Or... does the world itself wish for Mayuri's death? I won't accept that. I crawl out of the taxi and take off running through the traffic jam. They wouldn't shoot him, apparently. Can't they take a hint that shooting Mayuri is just is only gonna make him use the time leap machine again and again? Luckily, the time leap machine was still there. Yeah, it's also super weird that they don't even go for the machine itself. They know he's gonna use it. More than likely, they have to know. And still they don't use it. I have to leap again. Further back? Or same? No, same. Every time we run, Mayuri dies. 5 hours into the past, I clutch my head and rack my brain for an answer. What do I do if we can't run away? Is there no way to save her? This time, I take her to the closest police station. When I begged them to take her in, a new policeman started to question me. When I asked why, I explained that someone is going to kill Mayuri 6 hours from now, but without any proof that there's someone after her, they have no choice but to turn us away. Damn it. It's past 6 by the time we leave the station, and we're left with no choice but to keep running. I wish that I could blame my previous failures on bad luck. We could try Ochanomizu or Shinbashi again, and maybe this time she won't die. Subways, trains and taxis, all out. Attempting escape by those means will get Mayuri killed, so my heart tells me. Because I've seen her die a half dozen times already. Shot, stabbed, torn to pieces. I can't go through that again. Yeah, no shit. But Mayuri dies. Just like that. Huh? I can't deny it any longer. The world itself is killing Mayuri. That's a little bit further back this time. It was 1539 last time. Every time I try to save Mayuri, it ends in the worst possible way. Why does Mayuri die? At first I thought that it was Moeka and her hit squad sent by CERN to steal our time machine. That was my understanding, at least. But as I leapt back in time again and again, the cause of Mayuri's death kept changing. At Shino Chanomizu station, she died because Nae pushed her off the platform. The first time it was Moeka, after that she was murdered by other people. What does that mean? I want someone to tell me, but what can I ask? I'm the only person in history to leap through time. No, there's one more, John Titer. But I have no way of contacting him. Give me a second, I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about the wait. He hasn't replied to any of my mails, nor has he posted on @channel. I'm not even convinced he's a real-time traveler. I decide to not run this time. Instead, I take a different approach. If running away doesn't work, I'll make the first strike. I send Moeka an email. I need to talk to you about our time machine. Meet me alone. Take Moeka hostage.
動くな。両手を上げろ。
Just like a Hollywood movie, but 1,000 times more intense and with a plastic gun. Moeka quietly raises her hands and I take her gun away.
残念だったな。最初の銃はおもちゃだ。
I breathe out slowly so Moeka won't hear just how nervous I am.
話を聞きたい。お前がセルンの資格であることは分かっている。
なぜ？
知りたいのか。知りたいのかよ。
Because of her, Mayuri.
俺はタイムマシンで未来から来た。冗談だと思っているのか。だが俺はすでに 4,5 回は同じ時間を繰り返してきた。
I've lost count of how many times exactly.
だからこれからお前たちが何をするかも知っている。電車が止まる。爆破予告のせいでな。
Why don't you kill her now? So it was their doing. Shoot her!
お前と仲間たちが今日ラボを襲撃することを知っている。そこで お前がマユリを殺すこともだ。
私が
理解したか。俺がタイムリーパーだと。
I could kill her now, it would be easy. But no, I need information.
お前たちはセルンの何なんだ。
ラウンダー。
一体どういう組織なんだ。セルンとの関係性は。
メールで
ダメだ。口頭で説明しろ。
ラウンダーはセルンとは別組織。公には出てこない。そういう扱い。
秘密の傭兵部隊か。
違う。IBN5100。その情報収集と回収のため世界中に散らばってそれを。
Is that an army, private army of IBM? That would be funny. IBM's 5100s? That's right, when I met her she was looking for an IBM 5100. It was used in CERN's database. These days they're nearly impossible to find. People will pay millions just to own one. Yeah, and I can see why. That can't be true. She has to be lying. It's a pretty lousy reason to kill people. I mean, they were clearly not there for the IBM 5100 when they attacked the lab. There was no IBM 5100 there, so why? It sounds pretty lousy. Is that because CERN has been hunting them down?
ラウンダーの規模は。答えろ。
知らない。まただから。
No, it seemed like you were different.
俺が手に入れた IBN5100 を盗んだのもやはりお前だな。
Moika doesn't answer.
なぜ IBN5100 の情報を。ハッキング対策か。
機密保持。
Yeah, that much was pretty obvious.
優先すべき事項だから。セルン。
一体何が隠されている。タイムトラベルの人体実験やその実験で何百人と殺しているという情報は普通の PC でもハッキングで見ることができた。 IBN5100 で構築されたデータベースにはそれ以上の極秘情報があるというのか。
知らない。
末端だからか。
My tone is sarcastic, but Moika nods.
なぜラボを襲った。いやお前にとってはこれから襲うか。
分かっているはず。
セルへのハッキングをしたからか。
理由は3つ。1つは知ったから。君たちが知ってはいけないこと。
So CERN did know about the hacking. Yeah, figures. I was gonna say, if he just goes back to before he hacked into CERN, CERN will not know in that timeline that they hacked into it. But he will retain that knowledge, so they don't even have to hack into it at all. But he might be reluctant because it's dangerous to go that far back, maybe.
タイムマシン。君たちが作った。
CERN must be trying to monopolize time travel technology. Obviously.
決定的だったのは君たちがそのタイムマシンを世間に公表しようとしたこと。
How does she know that? We made that decision right after the time leap machine was completed. Go back to before you made that decision
全
then.
員を拘束。
拘束。マユリを殺したではないか。
あの子は 必要ない。
Unnecessary. I nearly pulled the trigger.
タイムマシーンを作ったのは君とマキセと芦田だから。あの子は殺しても構わない。
Yeah, and she knows too much without being useful. That's what you mean.
そう言われた。
俺たちを拘束してどうするつもりだった？
セルンの施設に監禁してタイムマシン実用化の研究を。
そうやってこれまでにもセルン以外のタイムマシン研究を潰してきたんじゃないか。
私は回収しろと言われただけ。
Yeah, right. That's not an excuse.
一瞬でも仲間にした俺が間違いだった。
セルンのためすべて
What have they ever done to you for you to be so loyal?
すべて
I live for FB? What's FB?
FB
That thing again.
指示なり。
FB. Is that the name of a supervisor? Tell me! I want to know.
岡部君、君なのジョン・タイターは。
何？
Well, maybe he is in the future.
考えられない君しか。
Me?
何をバカな。それより死にたくなかったら今すぐにお前の仲間とそれと FB とやらに連絡しろ。ラボ襲撃は中止だと。
I think, yeah, I think she'd rather die.
ない。
知ったことか。権限がなかろうが何とかするんだ。でないと殺す。
I can't do it. I'm not a killer.
なんで殺したんだ。
She didn't want to pull the trigger.
お前もあんなことしたくなかったんだろう。なのになんで。
私は従うだけ。 FB に。
Enough with the mystery around that.
その FB とかいうやつをここに連れてこい。
Moika shakes her head.
だからそっちの事情なんて知ったことじゃないと。
無理なの。 FB に会ったことは。
Something strikes the back of my head. My legs give out
タ
instantly.
ーゲット B を確保、開始を頼む。
What now? Deep down I knew I can't save Mayuri. Even if Moika's group doesn't kill her, the world will. The world itself wants her dead. That is the choice of Steins Gate. Steins Gate? There's no such thing. Those words have no meaning. It's just some nonsense I made up to sound cool. Steins Gate doesn't exist, but fate does. Fate, God, the will of the universe, an absolute force that no one can resist. It exists, and it has sentenced Mayuri to death. I wake up in the back of a station wagon. I feel a throbbing pain in the back of my head. What time is it? How long have I been unconscious? There's a man with me inside the car. The man seems to notice I've woken up, but he doesn't speak. He just silently points his gun at my head. I look at the clock on the dashboard just before 7. Has the attack already happened? Before I left, I told everyone, including Mayuri, to run. If she did as I said, she won't die by their hands. But that doesn't mean she's safe. If I don't do something, Moika is going to take the time leap machine away. What will happen then? Suren can have the machine if it will save Mayuri. The problem is that it won't. Not when the world itself is determined to kill her. I'll leap again and again until I find a way to save her. Well, you have to get back to the machine for that. Yeah, if I lose the machine, the future is decided. A future without Mayuri. I have to get to it before they do, even if that means I might get shot. As long as I survive to reach the time leap machine, everything will be alright. Again. 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 Wait, the others were there? He didn't go quite as far back this time. It's just before 5. I have 2 hours before Mayuri dies. I find myself staring at the time leap machine. This thing is the reason for Moika's attack. If only we had never built the phone wave. If only we had never sent those emails. Perhaps the future might be different instead of the nightmare it promises now. Would anything change if I broke it? Just mashed it to pieces right here?
岡部、何してんのよ。今壊そうとした。何も壊さなくったって。タイムリープはしない。そう決めたんだから、それでいいでしょ。
Not because Kurisu told me to, but because I realized what would happen if I really did break the machine. If I lose it, I lose my only hope of saving her. The fear of that outcome stayed my hand.
聞いてんの？あ、ちょっと。
With no particular destination in mind, I get fed up with the crowd around the station and escape to the pedestrian overpass. Mayuri's death creeps closer and closer.
そこのドキュン男。いきなり飛び出したと思ったら、こんなところにいたか。
I lift my head and see Kurisu standing there.
なあ、クリスティーナ。
何よ。
今何時だ
？5時38分。ねえ、そんなところでドキュン行為してる暇があったら、買い出し付き合いなさいよ。
Shopping. Alright. Preparations for the party. In the original timeline, I went shopping with Kurisu at the UPX supermarket. And then we talked on this bridge, just like now. It feels like so long ago. Back then, I had no idea what was about to happen.
どうなの？買い出し。来るのか来ないのか。
Oops, sorry. I don't believe that it was wrong to time leap. However...
クリス。
初めてまともに名前を呼んだな。
Hi, Jeff Matt.
助けてくれ。
I can't save Mayuri alone. I realize that now. I can't keep struggling alone.
助けてくれ。
話して。あんたがタイムリープしたのは分かってる。あんたに誰かから電話がかかってきたと思ったらいきなり表変したから。私の目はごまかせない。何があった？
Well, Mayuri died at least 10 times so far.
殺された。
Then I explain about CERN and Moika and about how Kurisu herself activated the time leap machine and made this possible. I tell her about my previous leaps. I explain that the world itself wants Mayuri dead, that I can't save her no matter how I try.
すべて俺の責任だ。
Talking to Kurisu lets me sort out everything I've done, everything I've seen.
セルンにハッキングしろなんてダルに頼まなければよかった。タイムマシーンを作ろうなんて言い出さなければよかった。モエカをラボメンになんかするんじゃなかった。マユリが死ぬのはすべて 俺の責任なんだ。
That's why I needed to bear the burden myself. I was resolved to do whatever it took to save Mayuri, never faltering, never giving up. And yet my resolve has already crumbled.
そんなまずいことが起きようとしてるのに、あんたはなんでここでぼんやりしてるの？
He's tried so many things already.
わからなくなったからだ。
わからないって何が？
マユリを助ける方法
Yeah.
が。
What is he supposed to
あんた
do?
の話を聞いた限りじゃ、時間順序保護仮説は本当だったってことになるのかな。
What, that things are destined to be in a certain way? In quantum mechanics, a theory proposed by Stephen Hawking that states that time travel is impossible. Any attempt to travel through time will be prevented by quantum effects. Successful time travel requires infinite field energy, which is impossible to obtain. In other words, the laws of causality and by extension, the chronology or timeline of the universe are protected by quantum mechanics.
何をしても、どうやっても、マユリが死んでしまう。
But he does, well, he doesn't travel through time
タイ
himself,
ムリ
but
ープを延々と繰り返したか。タイムリープマシンは理論上絶対安全だと証明されているわけじゃない。これまでは何事もなく成功してたかもしれないけど、繰り返し使うことでどんな影響が出るかもわからない。もしかしたら時間の輪、つまり因果率から外れるかもしれない。あんたはそんな危険を冒してるの。そのことを自覚して。
因果率から外れる。
what other choice does he have? Let her die? Give up
SF
on her?
小説によくあるでしょ。閉じた時間の輪の中で永遠にさまよい続けるってこと。永久に年は取らないけど、永久に同じ日からは出られなくなる。最悪の場合、なかったことにされる可能性だってある。
What?
存在の抹消。あんたの18年だか
Or
19年だかの人生の痕跡すべてをあらゆる人間が最初から知らなかったことにされるかも。
yeah, or is this one of those Schrodinger's cat kind of theory? I mean, they put cat ears on Mayuri all the time. So is she like Schrodinger's cat? Like the only way to save her is to not look in the box, to not contact her, to just like let her be or something like that? And then as long as he doesn't try to know whether she's alive or not, then she's both alive and not alive, maybe?
時間を飛び越えることはそれだけ危
Just
険
a
なの。
crazy theory.
人間は根源的に時間的存在者である。
ハイデガーね。私も今その言葉を言おうと思ってた。
お前から教わった言葉だ。
いつ？
俺はもう何度もタイムリープしている。
あ、なるほど。あんたの話が本当だったとして、マユリを助けたい気持ちは私だって同じよ。でもタイムリープマシン制作に関わった人間の一人として、あれを何度も使うことは勧められない。あんたはそれでももがく。
俺は
I can't do it alone. I know that now.
だからお前に助けを求めたんだ。
I think you should ask for Suzuha's help.
マユリを助けるために。俺一人じゃダメだったが、クリスの協力があれば何とかできるかもしれない。できると信じたい。力を貸してくれ。
無茶しやがってバカ。あんた壊れててもおかしくなかったんだからね。 協力は
It's because it's the power of his love for Mayuri.
ただし
Even if it
あ
is
んたのため
brotherly
に協
love.
力するわけじゃないから全部マユリのためよ
I wonder, can you only get the best ending? Is this game just being shown the story while you tap to the next line and are able to check some terms? And what was said before, because this uses anime footage and the anime is the best ending? I think I've read about this, and I think they have made like alternate scenes specifically for the game for those other paths, as far as I know, because I remember reading something about multiple endings in that version too, but that for one of the endings, like the best one or something, there is one requirement that existed in the older version that is not there in this one. Like, I think I remember reading. I didn't read too much into it because I didn't want to spoil myself, but I was a bit curious. And I think they said you had to give like 7 specific answers to certain emails in the original, but in this one they reduced that to 6 or something like that. But I didn't read more into it because I didn't want to spoil myself the story. I didn't read what those choices were or when they would occur. But there are other paths. Yeah, it's not just the anime story, as far as I know anyway. I know the anime doesn't show everything that is shown here, normally.
それにあんたを被験者にすればいいデータが取れそうだし
それはつまりセルンの人体実験を肯定するということか
全然違う
I don't know if all the possible paths from the original are there or not, but I know there are other paths at the very
っ
least.
ていうところが
I only
マッ
experiment
ド
on
サイ
you.
エンティストとしては自分自身も平気で実験台にするんでしょ何せマットだし
そうだな
I'm no longer afraid to time leap. I'll do anything to save Mayuri.
冗談よ本気にするさてもうあまり時間もないからこれからあたふたするよりもっとじっくり対策を練った方がいい
Yeah.
つまり
Go back further, I say. No matter the risk.
もっと前の時
Yeah,
間に
there we go.
そこで改めて私に事情を説明して
Kurisu is right. It's important to devise a plan. Up until now, my actions have been random and they've gotten me nowhere. Maybe if I prepare myself better, I might start to enact some change. It's
行こ
it's maybe too far back, but I think he should go back to before they hacked into CERN. I mean, he already knows everything that they've learned from that hacking, so he doesn't need to hack into CERN anymore. If he goes back and undoes this, then they won't come after him. And he can still start developing his own time machine anyway with everything that he's learned so far, without necessarily reading into CERN. Although I guess, they wouldn't be able to time leap anymore because I think they need the LHC to be able to time leap. They can't do it otherwise, I think. Something like that. I'm not sure, actually. This is something that I don't fully understand. It was already a bit vague the way they explained it before.
Mayuri 本人はともかく橋田にも話さないの
What good would that do?
必要になったら話す
And it's certainly not necessary right now. Besides, I don't have time to explain. I've already turned the 42-inch CRT on.
住居侵入罪で逮捕されるわよ
どうせ過去に戻れば今のはなかったことになる
Repeat and profit? Well, it's kind of what I had in mind. I mean, make the time leap machine, but without ever hacking into CERN. That was my idea, but I don't know if... Obviously, I don't know where this is going, so we'll see.
そっかあんたの主観じゃそうなるわ
But earlier, when Mayuri died under the train on the train tracks, I was like, there's not gonna be someone who's gonna push her from behind, from the platform and onto the train tracks. She's not gonna die from the train, right? And as the dialogue was happening, I kinda saw it coming progressively, and it happened anyway. I felt so bad because I was like, I hate to be right. I wish I wasn't right, but I was.
私の主観だとどうなるんだろう。あんたが飛んだ後、
Well, hey, Panda.
ここはどうなる？
そのデータもすぐに取れる。
My consciousness travels to the past. That I know from experience. But what about the body I leave behind? I used to be so fascinated by the structure of the universe, but now I don't really care. All that matters is saving Mayuri.
どうした？
How far back?
うん。
なん
考えたら思考がループしちゃってた。
D メールのような状態になるかもしれない。
The instant we sent the D-mail, the present changes around us. Thanks to reading Steiner, only I remember what it was like before the change. You got a favor to ask? What is that?
悔しくもある。
That would make things easier, though I kind of hope you're wrong.
データを観測できないからか。
そういうこと。転送先は5時間前にしておいた。つまり午後1時40分くらい。覚えてる？私がタイムリープマシーンを完成させたのは2時過ぎだった。
Barely. It might be a mere 5-hour difference from Kurisu, but since I've lived through it over and over again, 2 o'clock feels like it was hundreds of hours ago.
時間にルーズな男は嫌われる。
You're doing your second run of Pokemon and you're getting a Zamazenta? Want to trade it for your Zacian permanently? You'll have to beat the game a second time? I don't have time for playing the game a second time, I'm afraid. I might be able to get some of those in the future by using Pokemon Home, but I don't dare using it at the moment, purely because there's too much risk of a glitch happening that will delete my entire collection of Pokemon. It would take just way too much time. I can't afford the time, I'm afraid.
いい、岡部。タイムリープマシンを使うなら、これだけは覚え
And
て。
there's the expansions coming soon. I will not have enough time to finish it again before the expansions come, and I've already
それ
requested
はあんた
them
の生命
to
線。
review.
特
So
殊場指定のマーカーなの。
I'm afraid I will not be
そ
able
れ
to
さえ
do
持
that.
ち続けていれば、どの時間へも跳躍は
But if I can't get one on Pokemon Home, though, after all the glitches are resolved... Yeah, but I'm not like that myself. I'm not as fast as you.
手放してしまって誰かに使われたら。
Then if I leap to that time, my memories could overwrite theirs. I don't want to imagine what might happen next.
あるいは充電が切れたり壊されたりしたら。
Then I won't be able to leap to that time. If it breaks, then I can get a new phone with the same number, but there will still be a period of time to which I can never leap.
タイムリープは成功しない。だから絶対に携帯を手放しちゃダメ。
了解だ。
今日の昼間にタイムリープしたら2時に私がマシンを完成させるまではあんたは特別なことはしてはいけない。これが完成しないときっとこの時間までの流れが大きく変わってしまう。完成したらすぐに実験はしないって宣言して全員解散させて。それから私に声をかけてくれればいい。未来から来たって言われれば多分私は信じる。
Yeah, probably. The key word being probably.
なんでわかる？
私のことは私が一番よく知ってる。そもそも電話レンジを改良してタイムリープマシンを作ったのは私なのだぜ。さっきあんたからタイムリープしてきたって言われた時は自分の理論は間違ってなかったって思えた。成功してよかったって って思えた。何の疑問もなくね。
I see.
念のためにキーワードを決めておきましょう。私の今一番欲しいものはマイフォークである。
に
あ、いや別に意味なんてないからな。
Oh, I think it does.
マイフォークが欲しいのか？
マイスプーンはもう持ってるからって、そこに興味持つな。
What's that supposed to mean? Why is she blushing? What does that mean?
はいはい、準備できた。いつでもいける。
Is that some slang that I don't understand about the forks and spoons?
私はいつだってあんたの味方よ。
She seems nice enough when you see her like this, so why is Suzuha always so much against her? These sensations never get any easier to endure. I look at the clock, it's 1:46. What was I doing then? The time leap machine will be finished in about 15 minutes. All it needs are some final adjustments, so there's nothing for me to do but wait.
おかりおかり、ちょっと来て。これをね、持っててくれないかな。こうしてピローンって広げて。
I follow Mayuri's directions and spread the costume out by the sleeves.
ありがとう。できた。
I said something here, didn't I? What was it? I can't remember.
クリスちゃんより先にできたよ。競争してたんだ。負けたわ、まゆり。お見事ね。でもこっちももう終わりよ。完成。
Alright, that's my cue.
実験はしない。
Crap, was that too soon?
いきなり全否定とか。私が何のために苦労して作ったと思ってんのよ。
タイムリープには問題が山積みだ。その点についてじっくり検証したい。
あんたにしてはまともな意見だな。何が問題なのかな。
Problems?
完成したんじゃないの。
詳しくは後日説明する。今日はみんな疲れているだろうから解散にしよ
完成祝いにちょっとでもパーッとやったりしないの？
う。それも後日だ。
So what now?
何？
不満か？
Are you upset?
ええ。
Probably because I shot her down right after she finished the time leap machine. She'll feel relieved later, but only after she has time to fully consider its implications.
俺は5時間後から来た。
何の冗談？
睨むな。お前、言っていることが全然違うではないか。
Tell her the passphrase.
何が未来から来たと言われれば多分信じるだ。
The passphrase.
は？何そのバカっぽいセリフ。
5時間後のお前が言ったんだぞ。
捏造しないで。私が多分信じるみたいな論理性皆無の発言するわけないでしょ。
You said, I want my fork. I'd like to have a word with future Kurisu. If this is how you're going to be, then you leave me no choice but to quote you word for word.
タイムリープが成功したことを聞かされたお前は何の疑問もなく自分の理論は間違ってなかったって思えた。 成功してよかったって思えたとも言った。そもそも電話レンジを改良してタイムリープマシンを作ったのは私なのだぜ。
私はそんなのだぜみたいな話し方しない。
お前が今一番欲しいものはマイフォークである。マイスプーンはすでに持っているそうだな。
そんなことまで話したのか。ラムザ私
Well, there you go. Okay, she believes you now. Whatever's going on there, it seems she believes me now. Okay, there we go.
この中を覗き見されたような気分よ。しかもよりによって岡部にと。
He still doesn't know what it means, so take it easy.
でもあんたの言うことは信じてよさそうね。詳しく聞かせて。
You should have started with this. I explain everything to Kurisu again. That's such a time waste. I'm able to organize my thoughts better since this is my second time.
なるほどね。あんたの言うことが事実ならかなりまずい状況だな。
There are 5 hours until Mayuri's death. We need to come up with a plan before then.
5時間後の私は時間順序保護仮説かもって言ってたらしいけど、それともちょっと違う気がする。あの仮説は因果率が狂う恐れがあるから、タイムトラベルの可能性は量子論により否定されるっていうものよ。
But you've already...
タイムリープの場合、タイムパラドックスはそもそも起きない。
Two of me don't exist at the same time, yeah, and I can't bring anything with me to the past. All that changes are the memories stored in my temporal lobe.
やはり世界の意志だ。宇宙そのものが検閲をするかのように、俺が歪ませた事象の修正を行っているとしか思えない。
That's not entirely true because with the emails you managed to do it.
タイムリープじゃマユリは救えないっていうことになる。何をしたって修正されちゃうんだから。
そんなのは認めない。
同意するわ。世界の意思説は非現実的すぎる。私は支持したくない。
多世界解釈ならどうだ。マユリが死なない可能性を観測できれば解決だ。
多世界解釈か。マユリの死に方がいつも違うっていうのは関係あるのかな。でも重ね合わせ状態になっているいくつもの可能性世界は相互観測が不可能なのに、あんたはどうして観測できてるの？
それはこの俺の特殊能力であるリーディングしたい。
Yeah, well. Yeah, but this is your old bullshit.
早くなんとかし
Yeah,
ないと。
Chinibyo nonsense.
他に説明のしようがない。
特殊能力ってあんたね、もしかしてそれ本気で言ってたのか？
ふざけているつもりはないぞ。
Our demon experiments proved that I can somehow perceive changes in the timeline when they occur. It's an ability only I seem to possess. This has been proven by our previous demon experiments.
特殊能力だかなんだか知らないけど、そんな不確定的なものを頼る気にはなれない。だいたいどの可能性を観測するかを制御しようがないんだから、多世界解釈だろうがなんだろうが、マユリが死なない可能性に至るのは無理よ。
待て、これでは話が進まないではないか。解釈の話はいいから、俺たちにできることを考えるべきだ。
タイムリープじゃ結果は変えられない。さっきそう言った。
じゃあどうするんだ。
落ち着け。
落ち着いていられるか。俺が一体何度マユリの死を目の当たりにしたと思ってるんだ。あいつが無残に血を流して生き絶えていくのを俺は目の前で何度も見ていたんだ。 何度も見ていることしかできなかったんだ。
感情に身を任せてたって何も解決しない。
当事者じゃないからそんなに冷静でいられるんだろう。
そうね。私には5時間後のことはわからない。正直なところ実感が湧かない。でもあんたの言ってることを信じてないわけじゃない。
Well, thanks.
岡部がしっかりしなきゃ。
悪かった。
She's right. Getting emotional won't solve anything. I need to calm down. Calm down.
そもそも原因が違うのに必ず同じ結果に至るというのが消せない。因果が歪んでいるとしか思えない。
真由里の死の原因は桐生萌香が発砲するじゃなくてもっとマクロなことなんじゃない？
You trying to run away with her?
あるいはセルンにハッキングしたことがバレたことあたりね。その結果として真由里が死ぬ。そう考えるなら因果は歪んでないって言える。
苗に背中を押されて電車にひかれるのもそれで説明できるのか。
あ、そっか。
Yeah, I guess I guess it doesn't work in that sense.
因果率は絶対のルールなのよ。それを否定したら全ての物理学。
Well, you wouldn't have been on the platform if you weren't running away, and you wouldn't have been running away if you didn't invent the time machine. So this is another way to explain it if you really want to make things fit together in a sense.
だから必ず真由里が死ぬのには原因がある。
その原因さえわかるならなんとかなるかも。
そうでもない。
どういうこと
Yeah, just because you remove a cause doesn't mean that another cause is not gonna crop up.
その原因となる出来事がいつ起こったというのが問題
Ah,
になって
that's
くる。
what you mean?
あまり時間が経っているようだと対処できないわ。
タイムリープマシンがあるから携帯電話を持っている時代の範囲内ならどこへでも戻れるはずだろう。
戻れない。予測だけどタイムリープマシンは一度に最長で48時間しか跳躍できないと思う。
Oh. I can only go back 2 days?
なぜ今さらそんなことを。
Why is that?
タイムリープマシンが完成したのはついさっきじゃない。
That's true.
5時間後のお前も言わなかった。
ああ、そういうことか。言い出すタイミングがなかったのかも。
Thank you for the host, Panda.
で48時間しか飛べない理由は。
わからない。私もマシンのすべての原理や構造を理解して作ったわけじゃないから。連続での跳躍は可能よ。タイムリープマシンが存在している限りね。
Yeah.
例えば10年後までタイムリープマシンが壊れずに残っていたのなら10年の時間を遡ってくる。
On my Pokemon Bank, Panda, I have plenty of legendaries from the Game Boy games that I can use as leverage to get a Zacian from Pokemon Home when the time comes. Because apparently you're gonna be able to make trades like you would on the GTS. I can probably get your Zacian if you want. Using that, I've got plenty anyway. I can make clones using the Game Boy game. So, well, not clones really, but I can capture as many Mewtwo's and Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres as I want. And usually these go well over global trades like that to get more legendaries. That's how I got all my legendaries from previous generations on the GTS using the 3DS games. So I feel pretty confident that I can get one if you want without me needing to replay the whole game. Because I'd like to help, but it's just that I can't afford the time to replay through the whole game, I'm afraid.
単純計算で1825回タイムリープする必要がある。
There are people who put their Zacian or stuff like that up for trade for something that they can't have otherwise. No, not Gen 3, I'm afraid. No, I was talking about the virtual console games. Because you can fairly easily glitch the game to force it to give you whatever Pokemon you want in those. So, even Mew's, but Mew doesn't go through the Pokemon Bank from the Game Boy games, unfortunately. So, I've got the full collection on my Pokemon Bank, so... Yeah, as expected, because there is no legitimate way to obtain them in the virtual console games, so they would not go through.
2010年8月13日の午後2時ぐらい。それ以前には存在していない。
Yeah, but I refuse to use Pokemon Home right away though, because at the moment there are still glitches that wipe out entirely your Pokemon Bank or your Pokemon Home contents. I will wait until they iron things out until I finally decide to use that. Because it's too risky. I've put way too much time into that to want to risk losing everything. Yeah.
今日の2時以降じゃないと不可能なのよ。
つまり過去方向へは
Count 48 hours
8
back.
月11日の14時までしか行けないと。
おそらく
改良できないのか。
将来的にできるかもし
You
れない。
buy Game Boy games, meaning Gen 1 and 2 Virtual Console and no Gen 3? I think it would be possible.
お金をたくさん使ってきちんとしたパーツを使えば
Because you can transfer Gen 3 Pokemon to Gen 4 using the... If you have a DS that has a GBA cartridge slot in it, you can transfer them to a Gen 4 game. You can trade Pokemon between a Gen 4 game and a Gen 5 game. And you can transfer Pokemon to your Pokemon Bank from the Gen 5 games using the Poké Transporter app on the 3DS. So it would still be possible, although extremely complicated, to transfer Pokemon from Generation 3 games. It would still be possible even to this day. It's just not very practical, but I don't have any Gen 3 games, though. I never bought into the GBA games. So, there you have it. There you have it.
それをやろうとしてもどうせセルンに潰されると思う。未来の私かあんたが未だにタイムリープしてきていないという回で証明終了かな。
So, basically...
結局何もできないということではないか。
No,
タイム
no.
リープマシンがあっても
Well, very time consuming too, yeah.
殺される運命は結局避けら
I
れない
don't have a
んだよ。
Gen 5 game or a Gen 3 game to do it, so... At that moment, I hear a clatter from outside, and that's when I realized just how foolish I was being. What was I thinking getting so worked up? God knows who could be listening to us. In the Pokemon community, that's common knowledge.
おい
Hold on, because I'm talking about Pokemon there, and I'm not paying enough attention to what's happening there. That's... I dash outside in a panic to see Suzuha, of all people. I tried to get her attention, but she ran off without so much as a look in my direction.
あいつ
She's acting strange. Instinct tells me that she knows something. My gut tells me so.
ちょっとどこ行くの？
There's something going on here. This is a completely new sequence of events. This has to mean something. I can feel it. Suzuha is already out of sight. She must have been headed toward Chiodori. I wonder if our phone's on. Come to think of it, this reminds me of something. On the day she failed to meet her father, she disappeared without a word, just an email saying bye. I couldn't find Suzuha no matter how hard I searched, so I sent a D-mail to change the past so she would stay. Where did Suzuha go after failing to find her father? Yeah, you can bet she's not gonna answer, or she is.
スザーが聞きたいことがある。
きっと私のせいだ。
何？
私が甘えてたせいで。だから今度こそ私行くよ。それじゃあ。
happening again. Suzuha is trying to go somewhere else. Using her time machine. I search up and down Chuodori but find no trace of Suzuha on her bike. Or her bike. I have to be careful, there could already be rounders. In Akiba? Maybe I should corner her on my next time leap, press her for answers before she can escape. I'd better get back to the lab. I start walking away from the station, but just then... the people around me gasp and point. Everyone's looking up at the sky. The satellite thing? That's her time machine, maybe. What? Is someone inside? Is it even operable? And if it is, who could operate it?
それとも桐生萌香か
Unlike my previous time leaps, this time Suzuha overheard my conversation with Kurisu and ran off. I was looking up the Pokemon that could only be male and female. I didn't know Machamp could be female. I see no reason why they couldn't be, or at least I had never heard that they couldn't be. That's something different. Suddenly the satellite starts to move. Suzuha must be up there. What is she trying to do? What is that satellite? How is it related to John Titor? Could it be a time machine? There's only one way to know for sure. I need to get there before Suzuha does something.
Suzuha!
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
岡部凛太郎
The interior of the satellite was far more simple than I'd expected. The only things that really caught my eye were the pilot seat and the monitors affixed to its arms. The monitors displayed numbers in a large font that I could read from where I stood. The upper monitor reads 2010-813 and the lower monitor 1975-0813. Suzuha sits in the seat and types away at the keyboard. Blah blah blah. She's leaving! I'm getting something to drink because I'm thirsty. Okay. What are you doing?
動かない
動かし方を知っているのか
動かないよ
答えろ天音鈴葉
I swallow hard. Then I ask the question.
これはタイムマシンだお前はタイムトラベラーなのか
Well, we kinda already knew that, but
私がジョン・タイターだよ
and I suspected that too, so there's still a big crowd outside, so we exit the building on the side facing away from the station.
お前がジョン・タイターとはどういうことだ
そのまんまの意味だよ
The way she was like, what part of the messages from John Titor did you not believe? And she was like scared that he would not believe John Titor and so on. It was so obvious, and she sounded like she was coming from the future. So
アットチャンネルに書き込んでたジョン・タイターはさ私なの
男だと思っていた
well, that was the idea, to fool everyone.
カムフラージュの意味もあるんだよね
何から隠れようとしていた
セルン
ジョン・タイターとして書き込んだことはもしかして
そう一部を除いてほとんどが事実
It's those exceptions that bother me.
お前は2036年から来たというのかあの人工衛星いやタイムマシンに乗って
Well, the fact that she said, "Oh yeah, it's on a car like a Chevy or
正体を
something."
明かさないままでいようと思ったんだけどさよりによってマシンが故障してるなんて
Yeah, that part was obviously a lie. Like, it fits in the back of a small car, she said, or something like that. That was obviously a Back to the Future reference.
完全に私の
That already seemed a bit weird from the beginning.
だがタイターのタイムマシンはシボルエに積まれていたはず。
Yeah, and when she landed on the roof,
車だっけ？それどこからの情報？
yeah, but when she landed on the roof, there was someone like telling them everything is alright, don't mind what's happening here or something. That was her too, wearing a hat, I think. It looked like her now that I think about it, just in a disguise.
2000年に現れたタイターが自分でそう言った。
2000年？それもしかすると別の世界線の私かもね。少なくとも私は2000年には行ってない。2036年からまっすぐここに来た。
So it was someone else. It's true that Titor never posted in 2000, not on the current word line.
お前は何を知っている？さっき俺とクリスの話を聞いていたな。なぜあんなに慌ててタイムマシンに向かった？お前は何をしようとしたんだ？
私のせいかと思って。
何？
私がここでのんびりしてたせいでセルンの好きにさせちゃったんだ。ねえ、本当なの？椎名真由里があと数時間後にセルンに殺されるって本当？
事実だ。俺は5時間後からタイムリープしてきた。
タイムリープ？君たちのタイムマシン完成したんだ。
それより答えろ。お前の生とはどういうことなんだ？
全部話すよ。私のこと話さなくちゃいけないと思う。君とマキセ・クリスには。
Kurisu? Why Kurisu? I'll guess I'll find out if I let Suzuha talk. We should head back to the lab. Are you gonna tell us now? When I called Kurisu, she said she was already back at the lab. I told her to stay put until Suzuha and I arrived, and then hung up. Okari no kaeri. When we get to the lab, Mayuri and Daru are there for some reason. I thought I sent them home. Mayuri gives me a ditzy answer when I ask them.
やっぱりね、スーパー電話レンジちゃんの完成祝いはするべきだよ。
Super phone wave chan. I should have known she wouldn't stay away.
どうする？
マユリには絶対事情を知られないようにするんだ。
何こそこそ話してるん？
You don't have to know, Daru.
何度も言うが、完成祝いはしない。
オカリン、付き合いは。
Please don't break my heart.
そういう問題ではなく。
I glance at Suzuha.
すずさん、元気ないけどどうかしたの？
これから俺とクリスティーナとスズハで重要な話をする予定でな。だからお前たちには帰ってもらったのだ。
マユシーも聞きたいよ。
いや、マユシ、空気読んだ方がよくね？
でもすずさん落ち込んでるみたいだし、なんだかね、マユシーは心配なのです。ごめんね。
I know she feels responsible for Mayuri's death, but how is she related? That's what I'm here to find out.
椎名真由里と橋田至にも聞いてもらいたい。二人にも関係ある話だと思うし。
Oh, okay. Well, could have said that sooner. If Suzuha says so, then I have no objections, but I quietly pull her aside and remind her not to tell them about Mayuri's impending death. Then I quickly explain Suzuha's true identity, that she posted on @channel as John Titor that the satellite is really a time machine, that she came from the year 2036.
未来人すげえマジパネ
未来
っす
人
握手してもらっていいですか
Future person?
誰遊びではないんだぞ。
すずさんは何年生まれなの？ 2017年。7年後なんだ。まだ生まれてないのにここにいるんだね。
それで鈴葉、詳しく話してもらおうか。
って言っても、タイターとして書き込んだ内容がほとんどすべて。私は2036年の未来から来た。
I came from future.
その時代はセルンによって支配されたディストピアで、争いは完全に消えたけど、人々は自由を奪われてる。ディストピア？
極端な管理社会、全体主義。まゆりがバナナを食べたいと思っても、今日がバナナを食べていい日でなければ食べることは許されない。もし食べたら裁判なしで実刑。そんな社会ってところ。
Oops.
それは困るよ。マユシーはバナナ大好きなのに。私はさ、セルンの支配からの解放のために戦うレジスタンスなの。
How did she get a time machine? I'm curious about that.
そんな今を君たちからしたら
Was Okabe there?
未来を変えるため。
Change the future.
じゃあお父さんを探してるっていうのは？
I love how Kurisu explained to Mayuri in a nice way that she would understand. Yeah, using bananas as the example. Heartwarming, yeah. Suzuha doesn't answer.
セルンは研究機関であって権力を持つ統治機関じゃない。私は何度もネット上でジョン・タイターにそう訴えてきた。
まさかお前。
I knew that person had to be important because it was the only other channel user that wasn't.
私も名乗り出ないとフェアじゃないでしょ。
Yeah, because it was the only other user besides John Titor and Oin Kyoma who had a name and was not called anonymous.
ならば
It had to be someone who would be important to the story.
おー、インキョーマというマナで。
それは知ってる。
Of course they know.
セルンは2036年でも研究機関だよ。世界を支配してるのはセルンのバックにいる300人委員会ってやつら。
300人委員会。
Yeah, that was a good one.
実在したのか。
セルンがタイムマシーン開発に成功したことで、彼らは時間っていう4つ目の次元に干渉できる唯一の存在になった。その結果、たった2年で世界の秩序は全て塗り替えられたってわけ。そんでもってマキセ・クリス、2036年において君はタイムマシンの母として崇敬されている。
崇敬？
Hmm?
日本語で OK。
崇敬
Detective Rudy.
あがめ敬われているってこと。
敬われてって私が
2010年にタイムリープの概念を史上初めて発見し、その後もセルンのタイムマシン開発に貢献した人物。それが私の聞かされたマキセ・クリスっていう人間よ。
Is that why she treats Kurisu like an enemy? It is possible that in the future where she comes from, what happened is that they did get carried away by CERN, and then she ended up working for them because she had no choice. And then she got presented as the big heroine, I guess, but maybe not necessarily because she wanted to, but from her perspective, she might have appeared as the bad person.
ならば俺がタイムマシンの父だな。
岡部倫太郎はテロリスト扱いされてる。結構有名。
Infamous.
私がセルンでタイムマシン開発に携わるっていうこと？信じられない。セルンは人体実験までしてるのよ。科学者の風上にも置けないそんな連中のところになんて行くつもりはない。
でも未来ではそうなってた。
Yeah, you don't know the circumstances that led to things being that way.
会ったことは一度もないよ。それに2036年にはもう亡くなってた。
Sorry. She doesn't get to live old
さらっと
then.
すごいこと言われた。
Well, that's just great.
私って50歳まで生きられないってこと？
Well, she might have only been presented by CERN as the person who invented the time leap machine.
私の時代では極端に長生きの人と不審な亡くなり方をする若い人の2種類がいた。
They
セルンの
could
逆
threaten
ら
her
うような
friends or
言動を
family if
す
she
る人
didn't
は
help, yeah.
どんどん消されていった。
私も？
も
You
しか
must
して
have rebelled at some point.
君もセルンに利用されたのかもしんないね。例えば両親を人質に取られて無理やり研究させられたとか。
嘘。ママが危ないの？
It's not just about Mayuri all of a sudden.
何それ。
セルンの傭兵部隊というところか。
名目上はセルンとは独立した技術調査班って位置づけだけどさ、実態は汚れ役もこなす何でもや。
According to Moika, they have two chief duties. First, to acquire IBM 5100s, the only computers that can access CERN's secret database. Second, to find promising scientists in the field of time travel and force them to cooperate with CERN, or eliminate them if they will not.
やっぱりこの時代にもすでに存在してるんだね。私はずっとラウンダーの連中と戦ってたんだ。
汚れ役ってことはまさか誘拐とか暗殺とかも。
Exactly that.
私の時代ではそういうこともしてた。今はまだそこまでしてないんじゃないかな。
ねえ、あまねさん。あなたさっきジョン・タイターとして語ったことはほぼ全て事実だって言ったよね。
そうだよ。
What wasn't
と
true
いうこ
then?
とはあなたは世界の構造について把握してるっていうこと？エベレット・ホイーラーモデル、いわゆる多世界解釈で説明できるってあなたは書いていたはず。
あれはフェイク情報。
Ah, that was a lie.
セルンに目をつけられないためのカムフラージュ。本当の中に嘘を一つ混ぜると 途端に全体が嘘くさく見えるんだ。
じゃ
They've
あ
reached.
把握はしてないの、
うん
してるよ。
They've already reached that point. Yeah, if that's what you mean.
世界の構造は解明されてるんだ。多世界解釈じゃなかった。
Wait, what was that last sentence? I didn't get to read it all the way to the end. Scientists have successfully modeled the structure of the universe, and it's not the many worlds interpretation. Okay.
本当に詳しく教えて。
Sorry, no.
アトラクタフィールド。
That's the term I was looking for the other day. Attractor fields. That I could on Friday. I couldn't remember the exact term that they used. We bounced terms around, and I wasn't too sure what it was anymore. That's the word I was looking for. Attractor fields. That kind of force that tries to lead the course of events to the same outcome every time. Yeah. Well, that was the term. Attractor fields.
岡部倫太郎にはメールで直接教えたよね。
Yeah, attractor field? No.
それ
Attractor.
どんな解釈なの？
世界は
Not a field full of tractors.
アトラクタフィールドでできてる。世界の構造はより糸みたいなものなの。いくつもの可能性世界線が重ね合わせの状態になってて、常に無限個に枝分かれしてってるわけ。
A
全体を見
attractor
ると
field.
一本に見えるけど、ミクロなレベルだとより細い糸が絡み合うように世界を構成してる。そして最終的にはそれらの細い糸は一つに収束する。経過は違うけど結果は同じになる。
それって
Determinism.
決定論じゃない。
Attractive females. The school of philosophy that states that every event is predetermined by previous events, the past determined the present determines the future. Even though we may think that we are acting of our own free will, in truth we are only following a predetermined path. Those who subscribe to determinism often cite the thought experiment of Laplace's demon, for an intellect which at a certain moment would know all forces that set nature in motion and all positions of all items of which nature is composed. Nothing would be uncertain, and the future, just like the past, would be present present before its eyes. Pierre Simon Laplace. Band pandas, band hulks.
いいの？
近いかもね。でももうちょっとアバウト。多世界解釈とコペンハーゲン解釈のいいとこ取りって感じ。
分岐はするが結末は同じ。ということは世界は結局一つなのか。
そう
Look
いう
at
こ
this
と。
native pronouncing the name perfectly.
で、その収束範囲
Native?
内にある世界線の束が
What native?
アトラクタフィールド。アトラクタフィールドもたくさんある。このより糸はアトラクタフィールドアルファ。
Attractor
範囲
field
内に
alpha?
あるのはアルファ世界線。青がアトラクタフィールドベータで、黄色がガンマで、白がデルタ。
French? I'm not French. My native language is French, but I'm not French.
ガンマ世界線やデルタ世界線を
Ah, you meant Laplace. Ah, yeah, okay. Wasn't sure what you were referencing.
っていう数をね。
Each is made.
アトラクタフィールド
Didn't quite follow there. This is interesting. There are also many attractor fields. This string is attractor field alpha. Yeah, I got that. Blue is beta, yellow is gamma, and white is delta. Each is made up of countless beta word lines, gamma word lines, or delta word lines. Okay, got it.
ともこんな風にいくつも重ね合わせ状態になってる。それぞれのアトラクタフィールドごとでは起きる事象も収束する結果も違う。 干渉性は喪失してるわけ。それぞれが独立を保ってる。元をたどれば一つ。
And that's why Mayuri keeps
アトラ
dying.
クタフィールドもさらにマクロな視点で見れば収束するけど、そのスパンは何百年っていうレベルなんだ。より大きな分岐と見ればいいかな。
エロゲに例えたらどういうこと？教えて、エロい人。
エロい人なんていない。
いや、エロゲに例えるのは間違っていない。
Really? Is it?
ヒロイン個別ルートがアトラクタフィールドで。
Panda, you were right!
選択肢がそれぞれの世界線だ。しかし最後には必ずトゥルールートに入ってグラ。
Wait, what was that? How did he say it? No, he's right. It is like an eroge. Each heroine's route is an attractor field, and the small choices within are the individual world lines. It's about attractive females.
共通ルートが長いか短いか、それが問題だ。ちなみに僕だったら、せっかくだから妹キャラのアトラクタフィールドを選ぶ。
The little sister's attractor field.
勝手にしろ。
ダメだこいつら。早くなんとかしないと。
Let me get this straight. The reason I can't save Mayuri is that her death is the event upon which this attractive field converges?
でもさ、それじゃ未来を変えるなんて無理じゃね？結局収束しちゃうんでしょ？何をしたって結果は同じじゃん。
That's right. That's why Mayuri dies no matter how many times I leap. You need to go further back.
今私たちがいるアトラクタフィールドアルファの範囲外に出るの。
範囲外？
つまりアトラクタフィールドベータにあるベータ世界線に飛び移るってこと。
干渉できないんじゃ。
アトラクタフィールド同士が完全に分岐しちゃったらね。でもまさに分岐し
Yeah, we go to the instant they diverge. Please do a Daru impression. I probably can't do that.
っていうこと。
ダイバージェンスが大きく変わる分岐点は2010年にあるって私は教わった。2000年や1991年並みのものすごい大分岐が起きて、アトラクタフィールドレベルで枝分かれするって。
Uh-huh.
なんで2000年と1991年なの？どっちも世界規模の大きな事件があったじゃん。事件？
What?
1991年はソ連崩壊だな。だが2000年は2001年なら同時多発テロがあったが。
Yeah.
2000年は
The
2000年問題の年だよ。
the Y2K bug?
はあ？あれって騒がれた割には結局大した問題は起きなかったぞ。
No, because John Titor said in during his visit to 2000 that the year 2K bug was gonna happen. And then a lot of stuff didn't happen, like World War III and stuff like that, because the year 2K bug didn't get triggered or something. Bullshit.
それは今私たちがいるこのアルファ世界線が2000年問題が起きなかった可能性世界だから。
Yeah, in the one where it happened, there was a World War III or something. So in other words, there are worlds where it did occur.
2010年。今年って何か大きな事件起きたかな？今年最大の事件は
Why would events that humans call important have an effect on the absolute properties of the universe? What the fuck, like the collapse of the Soviet Union? Not the universe, only locally on Earth. I mean, the bullshit that I've talked about last time. Yeah, I remember what you said, yeah. But it only is from the perspective of humans, and because in all of those different timelines, the Earth still exists, nature still exists. It's only the life of humans on Earth that gets affected by these important events. They're not important for the universe. But because humans are variables. I guess that's what they mean by that, because humans are the variables. This is what creates all these different timelines. Because, like, an asteroid isn't really a variable in the universe. It just goes its merry way, and it doesn't choose to do something different. It just obeys the laws of physics, and it doesn't make any choices, is what I mean. It's how I've seen it anyway. I mean, of course, yeah, it's bullshit, because it's not the entire universe that gets... it's not the whole universe that gets affected, but I guess on a human level, it is important. But yeah, obviously, no matter what they do, the Earth will still exist tomorrow, but it's just... For them, like for him, for example, Mayuri being alive or not, well, that's pretty important to him. I mean, that's how I see it anyway. The creation of humanity's first time machine.
あ、そっか。そうだよね。すごい。
もう一つ疑問が。重ね合わせ状態にある世
Parallel
界線
world?
パラレルワールドってわけじゃ。
So, a universe that exists separate from ours, it is believed that some parallel worlds may be strikingly similar to ours, even containing duplicates of ourselves. Don't remind me of Sliders. Don't remind me of Sliders. I loved the first few seasons, but that became bullshit pretty quickly. I hated the show in the end. I never watched it again.
ないんでしょ。
違うよ。あくまで可能性世界線が同時に存在しているだけ。
そうだとして世界線間の観測はどうやるの？神の視点でも持たなきゃ無理なんじゃない？
普通ならね。でも
Yeah, you have Okanin. Don't tell me.
リーディングしたいなか。
Well, that's what he chose to call it.
そういうネーミングなの？岡部倫太郎には世界線を越えて観測ができるっていう特殊な力がある。そうよね。
ああ。
それが鍵になる。君の特殊な力が世界をセルンの支配っていう呪縛から解き放つ鍵。今の君は神に匹敵する存在なんだよ。
They're not gonna mention Mayuri's death because the world line in which CERN does not govern the world is probably the one where Mayuri is alive anyway.
ベータ世界線へ到達すれば収束する結果も変わる。
My body trembles. It was all I could do to keep from shouting with joy.
助けられるのか。
I can save Mayuri? Suzuha nods firmly. Then I must do it.
ちょっと待って。それ本当に全部正しいの？天音さんの妄想が混じってる可能性は？
なに？妄想なんか混じってないよ。
落ち着け。別に喧嘩を売ってるわけじゃない。ただ疑問なのよ。そもそもどうしてあなたは岡部が持ってる力とか2010年の岡部や私がこの秋葉原にいるって知ってたの？2017年生まれにしては詳しすぎじゃない？
She has a point.
父さんの遺書にそうあった。
I suspect that she might be Okabe's...
どういうこと？
Well, no, if he's dead, then he can't be her father.
私がタイムトラベルを決意したのは父さんの遺書を読んだから。父さんは私が所属してるレジスタンスの設立メンバーの一人で、セルンとは別にタイムマシンの
She made it sound like Okabe was still alive in 2036.
でも父さんもセルンに殺されて、だから私は父さんの意志を継いでここにいる。
ごめんなさい。
Kurisu would never actively cooperate with CERN. I know that, but I just can't say it in front of Suzuha. For some reason, Suzuha really does see Kurisu as responsible for the problems of the future.
2010年の秋葉原、ここでタイムマシンが作られたことでセルンのタイムマシン開発が加速した。それを阻止する方向に歴史を導くことが必要なんだよ。
阻止ってどうやって？
セルンは俺たちの存在に気づいている。
原因は君たちが一番最初にタイムマシンを使った時のメールデータだと思う。父さんはそう予測してた。
The one about Kuris's death?
メールデータ？ハッキングがバレたのではなく？
だから僕のハッキングはバレてないって言ってんだろ。
But then, if he goes back that far, doesn't that mean that Kurisu has to die?
でもメールデータって
あれじゃないかな。クリスちゃんが死んじゃったっていう。
If he never sends it, it will not change the past, will he? Right, the email I sent to Daru right after Dr. Nakabachi's conference.
ああ、あれね。
If they go back to that world line, she's gonna be dead. Or maybe she never was because they saw her body in a pool of blood. But maybe it was someone else's blood or something. I don't know. I'm probably way ahead of myself by already imagining how things would be because they're not there yet.
泳がされてたんだな、僕ら。
しかし一体どうやって補足を？メールなんて世界中で1日に何億という数が送られているんだぞ。
セルンはエシュロンのネットワークを利用して世界規模でタイムマシンについての情報を収集してるの。
But there was nothing to do with time travel research in this message. According to conspiracy theorists, Echelon is an advanced signals interception system based in the United States and operated by the National Security Agency. However, American authorities have never publicly admitted to Echelon's existence, and no proof that it exists has ever been found. Participating countries allegedly include the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, but not France. As an ally of the United States, Japan can allow the construction of domestic Echelon stations in exchange for access to the intercepted data. The Elephant Cage Antenna Array, located at Misawa Air Base in Aomori, Japan, is rumored to be one such station. These stations are set to intercept, collect, and analyze a wide range of signals, including private cell phone transmissions.
エシュロンだと本当に実在していたのか？
セルンはさ、自分たち以外の
But
タ
not
イムトラベル
France.
研究について
I couldn't care, I'm not French,
アン
but
テナを張って監視してるんだよ。
I don't know how to interpret that, but not French. Why not them? But okay, not French. Let's go along with it. For example, an email that appeared to have come from the future.
だから捉えられた最初のメールデータをセルンのコンピューターから消去しなきゃ。そうすればセルンは君たちには気づかない。タイムマシンが2030年に完成することもなくなる。それどころかタイムマシンの研究そのものが頓挫するかも。
So, what they're going to try to do is go back to the past, still hack into CERN, I guess, assuming that the hacking could not be detected. If this is not the trigger, use the IBN 5100 to do so, and hack into that database, and go erase that little bit about that message from that database, and that will change history. In other words, deleting that data will take us to the attractor field where CERN doesn't build a time machine.
でもセルンのデータベースはハックしたけど、それっぽいデータはなかったような。
It's probably in that other database, the one that you can't read.
IBM 5100。
おお。
そうか。IBN 5100で構築されていたあのデータベースか。
あ 葉の中にきっとエシュロンから集めたデータが蓄積されてる。
So that's what it is.
誰よ、なぜもっと早く IBN5100 を使わなかったのだ。
いや、使わなかったのだとか言われてもそもそも持ってないし。
Yeah, in that world line, you never had one. Yeah, they don't remember. Come on. Focus.
はい。
私の役割はさ、君たちに IBN5100 を託すことなんだよ。
持っているのか。
1975年に行って手に入れる。
よし、ならば善は急げだ。鈴葉には今すぐにでも1975年に飛んでもらおう。
そうしたいのは山々なんだけど。
Thank you.
タイムマシンは壊れているんだったな。
直せないの？
無理。私は父さんが。
Yeah, she had the manual to how to use it, but she's not an expert. She said so herself, yeah. That doesn't mean she knows how to repair it. And there's no guarantee that a time machine from the year 2036 can be repaired using present-day technology. Ah, come on. They fixed the DeLorean in 1955 using components from the 1950s. You can't do it. What did the iceberg say to the Titanic? And it did the favor of hitting it. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff Matt. Maybe we can use the time leap machine to go back before Amane-san's time machine broke.
っていうか、タイムリープマシン使う気なん？実験しないってことでファイナルアンサーじゃなかった？
場合によっては使う。それで鈴葉よ。
After it did. Just rebuild the time machine.
きっとこの前の深夜に降った雨だよ。マシンの中水浸しになってたから。密閉されてるはずなのに。
あんだけ派手にビルに激突してんだし、その時に穴でも開いたんじゃね？
あれは激突したんじゃないよ。
That wasn't a crash.
座標計算にわずかな誤差があったせいで、あそこに
Sans really back, he can do it.
あのマシンって結構不安定なんだよね。
それで雨が降ったのは何日だった？
10日の朝、夜明け前には降っていた。
Ame. Time leap machine can only cover 48 hours in a single leap. And the time leap machine was completed today, the 13th, at 2 p.m. That means we can't go farther back than 2 p.m. on the 11th. But what if you go back, create another one, then go back further, create another one by successive, like, consecutive leaps from the point of view of the person leaping? It's already past 5. Yes, what did I say? There's barely enough time to sneak into Radigan, let alone fix Suzuha's time machine. Repeat and profit. Yeah, but that's what you said. That's true. Maybe I should leap to 2 p.m. on the 11th and use the 2 full days to fix the machine.
みんな、小腹が空いただろう。空いたはずだ。
いきなりなんぞ？
She's always hungry. She's never not hungry, as expected from a glutton, yeah.
マユリ、ダル、買い出しに行ってきてくれ。それを食べながら改めて対策を練ろうではないか。
わあ、オカリン、こんな大金どうするの？
これで買ってこいと言っているんだ。釣りはいらんというより 全部使い切ってこい。
平然と1万円もおごってみせる。さすがオカリン、僕たちにできないことをやってのける。そこにしびれる、憧れる。
Mayuri and Daru leave in high spirits. I knew the 10,000 yen bill was, what? Would work, okay.
クリスティーナ、それにタイターよ。
タイターって私のこと？
Is that me? $100.
なんでいきなり呼び方変わんの？
タイターの中の人だからか。
そうだけどさ。
That's not a real name.
無駄よ。岡部がまともに名前を呼ぶことなんてめったにないから。諦めて。
Yeah, they're so poor. So maybe that's a lot for them. I don't even think you could buy that much food with $100 in Japan. Probably.
俺は11日の14時にタイムリープする。そこでタイターから改めて今の説明をしてもらう。その上で今のこの時間
Maybe 100 cups of natto if you really wanted to have a lot of food. But that might not be very pleasant.
今から2時間もがくよりはマシという程度だ。直せなければ何度でも2日間を繰り返せばいい。
ごめん。
タイターよ、お前には必ず IBN5100 を手に入れてもらわなければならない。これはお前のためでも未来のためでもない。あくまでマユリを助けるためのミッションであることを忘れるな。独善的だと言いたければ言えばいい。だが俺は誰の指図も受ける気はない。
Kurisu and Suzuha give an encouraging nod in agreement.
よし、作戦開始だ。
Kurisu sets up the time leap machine while Suzuha goes to turn on the 42-inch CRT. Well, before Mairi returns, I leap. Okay, 2 days ago. When I come to, I'm standing with my phone in hand. While I wait for the ringing in my ears to subside, I check the date and time on my phone screen. August 11th, 2:06 p.m. Alright, now I have 2 more days. I immediately head downstairs to see Suzuha. When I explain the situation, Suzuha races to Radican to confirm my story. After she realizes that I'm telling the truth, I take her back to the lab and have her repeat the explanation she gave us before I time leaped. We come to the conclusion that all we can do right now is to try our best to repair Suzuha's time machine.
じゃあ早速見に行ってみるべき。
Yeah, it's future technology, so it's hard to sneak into Radican in the daytime. There isn't a crowd out in front like before, but pedestrian traffic remains constant. It takes us about 30 minutes to find a way in. But the moment Daru tried to step aboard the time machine...
ちょっと待って待って。ねえねえ、みんなもう一つ忘れてるよ。
もう一つなん。
すずさんのお父さんは今はどこにいるの？
Oh, right. I thought Suzuha was lying about that. But when I turn to her, she looks away.
父さんのことはどうでもいいでしょ？どうでもよくないよ。それにタイムマシンを直すのに時間かかるんでしょ？だったらその間、マユシーはすずさんのお父さんを探そうかなって。
There, at that point in time, when 2 days prior is the moment when she was trying to find her dad. It's kind of hard to follow the chronology of events with them jumping around like that all the time.
いや
I don't keep a timeline to look at.
オカリンってばダメなんだよ。約束はね、ちゃんと守らなきゃ。
What promise?
この前約束したでしょ。すずさんのお父さんはみんなで探そうって。
That's right. Mairi reminded me that in this world line we'd convinced her to stay by, promising to help look for her father.
そうだったな。
あのね、すずさんがここに来たのはね、使命とかもあるけど、やっぱりお父さんに会いたかったからかなって思って。もしそうならマユシーは会わせてあげたいです。
If Mairi feels that strongly about it, there's no way I can refuse.
椎名まゆり、君っていい子だね。その通りだよ。この町に来れば会えると思ったの。父さんはさ、2010年に秋葉原にいたことは分かってるんだ。
I still think it has to be someone we know about.
いるよ。失礼だな。この時代ならきっとまだ若くてかっこいいね。
名前はバレルタイターだったか。
うん。
Who would call themselves that way?
ああ、外国人さん。うん、多分日本人。
Hmm.
バレルタイターはレジスタンス時代のコードネームだから、今の2010年の時点だとまだそう名乗ってないと思う。
So that's why Suzuha calls herself John Titor. Because of John Connor?
私知らないんだ。実の娘なのにね。教えてくれなかったし、聞かせてもらう前に死んじゃったから。
ではアマネという名はどこから？
母さんのせいだよ。
Amane?
つまり手がかりはなし。
手がかり。あ、そういえばピンバッジなんか書いてあるよ。
It reads OSHM something A 7010.
これ父さんの形見なんだよね。
形見。
Are we supposed to have already seen that up to that point?
誰？ググってみろ。
Daru runs a search but gets only incomprehensible for insights.
父さんは秋葉原周辺にいたらしいからさ、海外のサイトは抜きにして考えていいと思う。
日本語で OK ってことか。
He narrows the search down to Japanese sites, but even then, none of the results look relevant.
全然わかんね
でもこれはきっとヒントになるよ。
What does it even look like? An arrow going through a cog? It's a bit. No, I don't know. Don't know what it could be, or what it could be from. With Suzuha's permission, Mayuri takes a picture of the pin.
というわけで、すずさんのお父さん探しに賛成の人。
Oh!
反対はしない。
おかりんありがとう。
And with Daru and Chris's votes, we unanimously agree to help Suzuha find a father.
みんなサンキュー。でも私は あくまで1975年へ行くことを優先したい。それが父さんの意思だったからさ。てなわけでタイムマシン修理のめどが立ったら父さんを探すのは諦めるってことでどうかな。それでいいの？そんだけ探して見つかんないならさ、つまり会える運命になかったってことだと思うし。
で、どうやって探すん？
ピンバッジしかヒントはないのだ。これを元にするしかないだろう。餅は餅屋とも言うし、マニアなショップは当たってねえか。
マニアなショップって？
秋葉にはマニア御用達のアンダーグラウンドのショップが数多くあるだろう。
Well, is it still? Chris is back at the lab, working on the time leap machine. It needs to be complete by 2 p.m. on the 13th. If she's late, it could affect my ability to time leap, which would lower my chances of saving Mayuri. Speaking of Mayuri, she wandered off somewhere in search of Suzuha's father.
どうだ？
この中、むちゃくちゃ熱い件について。蒸し風呂ってレベルじゃねえぞ。この炎天下でマシンの中にいたら
You're gonna lose weight.
着物になるね、マジで。
Better jerky.
ちなみにこのマシン、バランス崩して下に落ちたりしないよな。
治りそう？
いや、まだ確証はないけど。でもさ、ちょっと触ってみて気づいたんだよね。これってなんか電話レンジと似てるかもって。
じゃあ
That wouldn't be too surprising if the phone wave was used as a reference point to build subsequent time machines.
もうちょっと調べないと。
だよ、スーパーハカーよ。すべてはお前の腕にかかっていると言っていい。世界を救ったスーパーハカー。お前は2036年においてタイムマシンの母マキセ・クリスに代わり人々から崇め立てまつられることになるだろう。
ハッカーじゃなくてハッカーって言えっつってんだろう。
Yeah, because that's super important.
とにかく2日で何とかしてくれ、ダル。お前だけが頼りなんだ。
自信はないよ。そもそもなんで2日なん？
それは
2日後がさ、リング得意点を作るのに一番いい気象条件なんだよ。それを逃すとあと1年は次のチャンスがないわけ。
Nice excuse, Suzuha.
そうだ、そういうことだ。
2日で直せとか無茶言うなっつーの。
ならばそんなお前にフェイリスと1日デートできる権利をやる。
And you get to decide this?
いいですとも。
Well, that's all the motivation you needed. Great, now I just need to figure out how I'm going to convince Ferris. So, about that thing, we're searching for something with the same cryptic logo as this mysterious pin. Honestly, I didn't think it would be this difficult. Akiba has plenty of niche stores, but they're all for electronic goods and PC parts. There aren't that many selling accessories like Suzuha's pin. We check everyone we can find but come up empty-handed. Worse yet, none of the employees have any leads for us. We even check nearby neighborhoods like Ueno and Asakusa and ask cats around, but nothing. Suzuha and I return to the lab with heavy hearts. Few hours have passed already.
その顔じゃ成果はなしか。
ダルは
戻ってない。暗くなったし、直接帰ったんじゃない？
It's too dark to work at Aladikan now.
なんか悪いね。こんなことしてる場合じゃないのにさ。
Well, that's kind of
お
true.
前のためではない。すべてはマユリを助けるためだ。
I started up the computer and searched the net for communities of people who collect unique pins. I'll investigate tomorrow based on the information I find. There's a pin collecting group on a site called Fripara, where everyone shows off their collections. I post there asking for information. I'm sleeping on the couch when a loud alarm rings in my ears.
セルンの襲撃。
Good morning.
起こしてくれたのか。助かる。
別にモーニングコールしたわけじゃない。
岡部倫太郎に見てほしいものがあってさ、起こしてもらったの。
これ、
Nixie tubes.
ダイバージェンスメーター。
It's the divergence
今
meter.
私たちがいるこの世界線がどこなのかを数値で表すことができるんだよ。
Yeah, I was wondering about that because that thing flashes every time there is a change to the world line and it's showing a different value every time. And she mentioned something about going over 1%. So like right there it must be showing like 0.337187% of divergence from the world line that she departed.
私がもともといた2036年の世界線を 0% とした数値だから、あくまで相対的なものなんだけ
Yeah,
ど
so
さ。
if the divergence is more than 1%, it means that it's the change is sizable enough that it's a world like a world line where CERN isn't going to create a time machine.
作ったのか。
My father did.
2036年から持ってきた。
That's pretty old technology though, Nixie tubes.
これはニキシー管だな。いいセンスだ。未来ガジェット9号に認定したいぐらいだ。
I love the look of Nixie
一
tubes
体
too.
どういう仕組みなの？世界線の数値化なんて可能とは思えない。
私もわかん
They
ない。
sell clocks made of Nixie tubes. I kinda wish I had one.
これ作ったの誰か知ってる？
How should I know?
君だよ。岡部倫太郎。
Eh?
君が作った。確か今から11年後ぐらいに君の持ってる特殊な力を応用させたらしいよ。
そうなのか。
このメーターがあれば岡部以外でも世界線の変動を確認できる。そういうことか。
違う。多分ここに表示されてる数値が変化してもそれに気づけるのは岡部倫太郎だけ。
Oh, okay.
は？それじゃあ意味ないじゃない。もっとまともなもの作りなさいよ岡部。
This is something I made. It's a strange feeling.
これの仕組みは作った本人しか知らない。だから知りたかったら11年待つしかないかな。
So he made it in 2021.
自分で答えを見つけられるはずだから。
未来で俺と会ったのか。
一度もないよ。
そうか。で、
It's
こ
not
の
gonna
メーターを今ここで俺に見せたい。
it's not gonna be like a Star Wars thing where they talk about Okabe and Barrel Titer being different person like Anakin Skywalker and Darth Vader, but actually they're the same person, so he's our father. No, I am your father. No, that's not true. That's impossible.
メーターの数値が 1% を超えたとき、君はベータ世界線にたどり着いたことになる。
That sounds pretty arbitrary, if you ask me, but
1%。
Rudy, I am your father. No, that's not true. It's impossible.
C のまゆりは助けられ
Search
る
your
っていうこと。
feelings, you know it to be true. I stare at the glowing red numbers. They don't move, just another 0.6%. It seems easy. Can have it.
どうせ私が持ってても意味ないしね。有意義に使ってよ。
Yeah. I searched my feelings alright. I'm pretty sure you are not. Based on the recommendations from the BBS thread, I spend the morning visiting stores in Akiba. But although I hit just about every kind of store that could be considered niche, I am unable to find anything. Maybe I should go all the way to Ikebukuro or Nakano. I start heading back to the lab, but just then a street vendor catches my eye. This is the first time I've seen such a stylish street stand in Akiba. Most vendors just sell random junk. It's not like I have anything to lose, so I walk over and check out the selection. Among the various accessories I don't see that logo on any of the displayed accessories, but I'd better ask just to be sure. He's a foreigner, so maybe I should use English?
Hey, master.
Typical Japanese. Yeah, he's a foreigner, so he probably can't speak Japanese. So I'll try in English instead.
I am mad scientist. So cool.
Yeah, right.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah,
はい、何ですか？
and he answers in Japanese.
ちょっと聞きたいことがある。これに見覚えが？
The man stares at it for a while, then shrugs and shakes his head in the exaggerated manner typical of Westerners.
これの出所が知りたい。調べることができないか？
ああ、思い出し。Sorry、ちょっと難しいですね。
What is he saying?
By the way、これはどこで手に入れたものなんですか？
それを知りたい。報酬を出す。
ごめんなさい。
Just in case, I give him my contact information and ask him to get in touch if he finds out anything, then I turn to leave.
岡部倫太郎、 さっきの英語何？なんかバカっぽかった。そうクールって。この時代だとああいう英語が標準なの？
そんなわけあるか？
そうなんだ。じゃあ岡部倫太郎オリジナルか。私の生まれた時代にはさ、海外旅行なんてなかったからよくわかんないんだよね。
海外旅行がない？行ったことがないではなく。
Well, there's no planes anymore if they've regressed to a level of technology that's like the 18th century.
そう。旅行なんて娯楽はなかったな。渡航許可はめったに下りなかったし。だから外国人を見たのはこの時代に来てから。
So in the future, no one is allowed to leave Japan. Japan was like that a few centuries ago when the Tokugawa shogunate closed the country to the west. It sounds like CERN set international relations back hundreds of years. Perhaps that's why there's no war in Suzuha's time. It's hard for conflicts to emerge when races and cultures can't interact. Oh, I'm pretty sure they would still happen within borders. It sounds kind of like a prison with invisible walls guarded by CERN and the Committee of 300. I mean, ending war is obviously a good thing, but I can't let my fears about the future overtake me. Monster! You don't want a future where wars don't exist anymore? How could you? I should be more concerned about the issue at hand. The sunlight beats on my head, making it hard to think. I feel like I'm standing in a sauna. This heat is driving me nuts. Why does the sun hate me so much? Shining in the center of the sky like he owns the damn place. Damn it, why can't we find any information on that pin? I suppose it's no skin off my back if we don't find Suzuha's father. As long as Daru fixes the time machine, nothing else matters. So why do I feel so bad about my lack of progress? I really don't know. Maybe I'm just frustrated by my own powerlessness. I can't save Mayuri. I can't fix Suzuha's time machine. I can't even help Kurisu with the time leap upgrade. So what am I good for? The only thing I can do is help Suzuha find her father.
もしかして近年中に作られるピンバッジなんだろうか。まだできていないとか。
やっぱさ、 父さんとは会えない運命なんだって。こんだけ探してもないんだから、もう無理無理、全然無理だね。
I guess if Okabe was really our father, she would recognize him from his looks. I mean, there would be some kind of resemblance. But anyway, here I am, stewing in self-loathing, and she acts like it doesn't matter.
諦めるのか。まだあと1日残っているぞ。
何怒ってんの？
みんなお前のためを思って頑張っているのだと分かっているのか。俺だってマユリを助けることを何より優先したいんだ。それでもお前はラボメンであり仲間だ。その仲間が困っているから助けたい。そんなマユリの気持ちを汲んでこうして探しているのに、お前が真っ先に諦めてどうする。
怒鳴んないでよ。
あまり俺を萎えさせるな。
My ranting is pointless, sound and fury signifying nothing. I tell myself to calm down. This is just my own feelings of impotence boiling down.
悪かったよ。でも君さ、言い方が上から目線すぎると思うよ。
言い過ぎたのなら謝る。
It's too awkward to make eye contact.
さてこれからどうするか。
I wonder how the other lab mems are progressing. I'm especially concerned about Daru. Depending on the situation, he might need some relief. And then there's Mayuri. She's been working alone, trying to find some information on Suzuha's father. Although we still have over 24 hours before that happens, I can't help but worry about leaving her alone.
今どこだ。合流しよう。そこで動くなよ。
Suzuha and I head to the station.
お願いします。お願いします。ご協力よろしくお願いします。
あいつ何を。
先日誘拐事件が起きました。このピンバッジをつけた犯人を探してます。ご協力よろしくお願いいたします。
Oh, okay. That's her idea.
オカリン、すずさん。ね、ちょうど聞きたいことがあったんだ。
Yeah?
バレルタイターさんのバレルってどういう意味なのかな。
それが名前なんだから意味などないだろう。
でも本名じゃないんだよね。
That's not even a first name.
コードネーム。どうしてバレルタイターさんなのかな。すずさんはなんでジョンさんって名前にしたの？ジョンは一番ありがちだからだよ。
Oh, okay. As simple as that.
バレルさんはありがちじゃないよ。そういえばそうだね。
So she's saying there must be a meaning behind the code name? Is that what her leaflets are about? I take a look. No, it's about the pin. Bring a kidnapper, sake, to justice. The evildoer wears his pin. He could be your neighbor. He could be standing next to you right now. If you have any information, please contact the email address below.
そのチラシどうかな。結構な力作だと。
なんだ この誘拐事件というのは
Motivation.
マユシーのアイデアなのです。この方がね、みんなおって思ってくれるかなと思って、いい作戦だと思わないかな。
いい作戦？
作戦名はマユシーチラシで大勝利で。でもさ、誘拐事件ってのはさすがに言い過ぎじゃん。
Yeah, what happens if the police hear about?
君たち、
君たち. I knew where this was going, so we ran away to the park.
おかり、すずさん、ごめんね。マユシーが足を引っ張っちゃって。
I told Mayuri to not worry about it, who was looking very sorry. Kurisu greets the three of us when we return to the lab, dead tired.
岡部、ちょっと聞きたいんだけど、電話レンジでリフターの代わりになるものが何かについては調べてくれってないわよね、どうせ。
Well, yes, he knows what it is.
それならすでに調べはついている。1階にある42型ブラウン管テレビだ。
え、そうなの？根拠は？
Well, it's worked, hasn't it?
タイムリープしてここにいる。あとはわかるな。
なるほど。
It has worked already, so.
なるほど。
We're about 24 hours away from Mayuri's death. Our search turns up nothing. What about Daru? As the evening wears on without a single lead, Suzuhai and I grew quieter and quieter.
そういえば、2036年では、俺は本当に有名なのか？
テロリストとしてね。
そうか。俺は一体どんなテロ行為を？
You blew up stuff?
セルに反逆したの。君はさ、私が所属してたレジスタンスの設立メンバーの一人だったんだよ。私の父さんと同じくね。
I helped found the resistance. Suzuhai is from the year 2036. That is, the 2036 where Mairi had died in 2010, and Kurisu for some reason had been imprisoned by CERN and being forced to develop the time machine. In such a future, how could I not rebel against CERN? Yeah, I would imagine his motivation would have been pretty strong. Weren't those my ambitions as a mad scientist to cause chaos?
くだらない。
くだらない？
マユリを助けることもできず、のうのうと生き続けた挙句に、そんな中二病みたいな真似をしているなんてな。
世界に自由を取り戻そうとする勇敢で立派な志だと思うけど。
俺はどんな男だった？
だから私は会ったことないって言ったでしょ。
そうだったか？
うん。君はさ、セルンに殺されたの。2025年に。
Oh. Okay. I was killed by the same people who killed Mayuri.
もっと早く教えとくべきだったかも。わかるでしょ？未来を変えないとさ、君はあと15年で死んじゃうんだ。椎名真由里も助からない。君も助からない。牧瀬クリスは無理やりセルンに協力させられてる。ラボメンはみんな不幸になってるんだ。
だろう。
彼の名前は聞いたことないな。ウィザード級ハッカーの伝説っていうのはちらっと聞いたことがあるけどね。
Well, that must have been him.
そもそもウィザード級ってどういう意味なのかすら知らないけど。とにかくさ、君たちだけを見ればこんな未来ってないよね。だか からなおさら私が IBN5100 を手に入れてきて未来を変えなきゃって思ってる。この時代に来るまでは君たちは遠い存在だったけど、今では仲間だしさ、なんとかしたいんだ。
助かる。お前はこれからも永遠にラボメンだ。
サンキュー。
The time limit is approaching. What else can we do before the time limit? You're black? Well, good for you if you're black. Yeah, back.
ねえねえオカリー、あの人工衛星がタイムマシンだったなんてびっくりしたね。
ああ、そうだな。
ビルに突き刺さっちゃってるけど、すずさんが無事でよかったね。
I doubt it was anything like a crash. It probably just appeared there, displacing the wall, which then collapsed around it.
あれって
It looked like Suzuha was talking with Mayuri's voice. I guess she heard that from Suzuha.
重力うんたらかんたら装置の座標がちょっとでもずれるとね、タイムマシンごとゼリーマンになっちゃってプルンプルンかなんだそうです。
Oops.
しかもね、あのタイムマシンってセルン製じゃないからあんまり安定してないって。1975年に行くとき
Give it a good kick and it works properly.
二人乗りだったらね、一緒に行ってあげられたのにね。
お前が一緒に行ってどうするのだ。
決まってるよ。すずさんの手をギューって握ってね。大丈夫。
That's probably the safest place for her.
一緒だから大丈夫だよって応援してあげるの。
If she's there, she can't die. Something tells me that won't be much help.
ねえねえオカリ、あのタイムマシンって名前はついてるのかな。
名前か。
So Mayuri went out and was asking for help finding Suzuha's dad. Yeah. Yeah, she did. Handing out leaflets, and then the police noticed the leaflets talking about a kidnapping or something, and then they started chasing after them. If that happened when you were gone. Yeah. Yeah, that happened, yeah. Pretty sure John Titor's time machine had a model number. But the John Titor from 2000 might not have been Suzuha. No, it wasn't here. Well, this one is more based on the anime, I guess. So maybe it wasn't in the original game, but it's in this one because it was in the anime, because this version of the game was released after the anime, so... She just wanted to help.
タイターに直接聞けばいい。
ああ、そうだね。眉しうっかりしてたよ。
Mayuri giggles, then runs off to talk to Suzuha.
名前あった。
どんな名前だったんだ。
FG204 なんとかなんとかだって。っていうかね、ダルくんとすずさんって結構お似合いだと思わない？
はあ？お似合いか。
Omiyai-ka?
ダルはそもそもフェイリス萌えなのだぞ。
ああ、そっか。そうなのかな。
Good grief. Mayuri and I aren't of any use. I would prefer to leave Daru and Suzuha to it and resume the search for Suzuha's father, but Mayuri seems happy just sitting here. We don't have any leads on the pin or its owner. Maybe 2 days just aren't enough.
そういえば前よりコス作りはどうした？
あのね、もう2着はできてるよ。楓ちゃんと吹雪ちゃんの分。
3着目はルカ子に来てもらう。
Kaede and Fubuki makes me think of two names from some of the assistants in the lab in Neon Genesis Evangelion. Pretty sure there was a Kaede, but a Fubuki I'm not
そうな
sure.
んだけどね、ルカちゃんが説得できなかったから今回は諦めたの。ねえねえ、マユシーもタイムマシンもっとよく見てきていいかな。
In the anime, yeah. I think she's acting like this is a field trip. Or maybe they are assistants that were added to the spin-off.
タイムマシンさ、特艦工事とかいう
Ikari Shinji Raising Project or something like that. That might have been in the spin-off that they were added, these two, I think. They might not have been in the original series. Well, I digress. Anyway.
見た目は不摂生そうで冴えない感じなのにね。
見た目で判断するな。
考えを改める。
Ikari Shinji Ikusei Keikaku. That's the name I was looking for.
今言わないと機会を永遠に逃しちゃいそうだから言うけど。
なんだ、大げさだな。
私さ、君たちには本当に感謝してるんだ。初めてこの時代に来た時、私の知ってる人は誰もいなくて、戦ってばっかりだった私の時代とは全然違ってて、この時代の方がすごく平和なのにさ、なんだか私にとってはすごく怖かった。
So happy, depression killer.
でもさ、
When you think about what's about to happen,
自分の全てを晒せる友達、仲間ができた。私が生まれる前に生きていた人たちと出会えて、私のためなんかにみんな頑張ってくれてる。それってとっても奇妙で、だけどとっても嬉しい
depression
んだよね。
foreshadower, yeah, in this case.
その気持ちは本当だから、この時代に来ることができて、君たちと同じ時間を過ごせて、私本当に楽しかった。っていうか、君たちみんな揃いも揃って我が強くて癖があっていろいろと濃すぎて、最初はなんだこいつらなんて思ってたけどさ、いつの間にか君たちといる時間が楽しくなってたよ。2036年はさ、とっても平和で喧嘩すら起きないんだ。知ってた？
知るわけがない。俺は2036年まで生きていないからな。
そっか、ごめん。
Yeah. How
とにか
insensitive.
くさ、喧嘩すら起きない、およそ争いって名のつくものはミクロなものからマクロなものまで全部消えちゃった。その代わりみんな死んだ魚みたいな目をしてた。誰も覇気がなくて、歩く足はズリズリってすり足で、笑いはするけど怒ったり悲しんだりはしなくて、個性なんて誰も持ってなかった。みんなロボットみたいだった。この前君が私にすごく怒ったでしょ。あの時さ、すごくびっくりしてすごくショックだったんだけど、同時にすごく嬉しくなったんだよ。
変なやつだな。
確かに 君のラボに出入りしてるみんなは生き生きしててすごく眩しい。
Well, you seem to be, despite where you say you're coming from.
ナキセクリスもそれに君も。
何をバカな。
Save my. I'm worthless. I can't even save my 80.
みんなみたいになりたいって思ったよ。
俺からすればお前こそすごいと思うぞ。
そう言ってもらえると嬉しいかも。
Hehe. Well, she is.
そして頑張れてるのも君たちと会えたおかげ。ほんのちょっとでもラボメンの一員になれてよかった。ほんのちょっとの間でも君たちと一緒にいられてよかった。
Stop being so clueless. She was happy that you showed different emotions and unpredictable actions, showing personality, unlike the people in the future who are robots. Yeah.
岡部倫太郎、きっと未来を変えてね。今みたいな自由な世界に変えて。
おい、どうしたんだ。なぜそんなに感傷的なのだ。
Does she not want to go to 1975? But I mean, she's got a time machine, so can't she just come back afterwards? Of course. When Suzuha completes her mission and brings us the IBN 5100, the world line would change. The future will be reconstructed in accordance with the principle of causality. And she'll disappear? Yeah. To hear her describe it, the future is an awful place, but even so it was her home. She has friends there, I'm sure, comrades in arms, and memories of her father Barrel Tighter. She must have friends there. And memories of her late father Barrel Tighter. All of that will be lost to her forever.
タイムマシンが治ったらまた盛大に宴会を開こう。
サンキュー。
Okay, so we're still not the day that Mayuri died. When I returned to the lab, Kurisu wasn't there. Maybe she went out to eat for a change of pace. Afterwards, I hit the streets again in search of the pin. But the day ended without a single lead, so I reluctantly returned to the lab and tried searching the internet. I can time leap again. But will that really help us find Suzuha's father? An unfamiliar number. Is that black guy, maybe?
俺だ。
Orida.
Hi, Mr.
Eh, it's him.
セルンか。
セルンとは何です？
It's the
名乗って
it's
も
the
らおう。
pin dealer.
おたくはもうアフタヌーンうちのファクトリーに問い合わせに来てテレフォンナンバーを教えていったですよ。
Yes, if you
お前は
prefer.
何を言っているんだ。
I'm not one to pay too much attention to people's pigments. That's right, it's that foreign street vendor I met this afternoon in Akiba.
特定した。Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
どういたしまして。私自主制作してます。Yesterday night ゲストが come here の思い出し。そのゲストがメイクプリンスピンバッジがユウが持ってきたやつとセイムだったのよ。
今すぐそっちに行く。
I go to the same spot as before. Although his stand is already closed, the Westerner is waiting for me.
Oh, Okabe! Hello!
そのゲストとや
I
らはどこ
find
行った
that more racist than anything.
Client come here
Because obviously they can't speak
yesterday
Japanese
のことよろ
normally.
しい。
そいつの連絡先は住所氏名は。
ドクです。 ゲストはシミュレーションだけ。プライベートインフォメーションは nothing。
I'm not following.
ジャパニーズやっとプライベートインフォメーションの重要さについてスタディらしい。過敏神経になったよね。 If ゲストがネームはテレフォンナンバー残っていったかよ。ノリーク、それがビジネス。
My head is full of question marks. In hindsight, I should have brought Kurisu to speak English for me.
そいつはどういうやつだったか。男か女か。
Well, so young or so middle. ジャパニーズは顔ヤングね。ルックだけじゃ No understand。
特徴は
特徴やはり柔道 or プロレスラー。
Hmm?
なんだ柔道プロレスラー。それがどうしたんだ。
Yes!
That wasn't a yes no question. What the hell do you mean?
ああ、バルーンバルーンだよ。
Balloon?
バルーン柔道プロレス。
Good!
Huh? I want to ask more questions, but the foreigner suddenly sees a policeman walking by and runs off. It will be difficult to find Taiter in what little time we have left. I can time leap again starting at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Looks like all I can do is wait until Christina's done working and then leap to the time the suspicious character appears at the stand.
完成。
The time leap machine is complete. It's 2:30 p.m. on the 13th, about 20 minutes... what? 20 minutes later than before, okay.
タイムリープマシーンか。
I've already explained to her now how time leaping works. It's as different as can be from Suzuha's time machine, which can physically displace actual bodies.
未来の記憶を思い出させるっていうのは面白いよね。空想とかもしかしてっていう推測とか、あと直感、デジャブ、そういうのってさ、実際には未来の記憶を思い出してるのかもしれないかもってちょっと思っちゃった。2036年時点だと記憶は世界戦艦の自分との
Foreigner, black talks not like a foreigner would talk in Japanese, runs away from the police. There are people who would call that racist. Love it though. Well, yeah, it could be called racist indeed.
それと似たようなものなのかも。
岡部の
Because obviously all foreigners in Japan are there to cause
ど
trouble.
ういう仕組みなのか分かればいいんだけど、岡部だけの特殊能力なのか、それとも全人類がその資質を持ってるけど、岡部だけがたまたまより強い能力を持っていただけなのか。
一つ確かなことがある。意識は記憶とともに過去へ飛んだ。
それがなぜなのかいまいち納得いかない。 D メールの時に岡部が体験したような状況と同じになってもいいはずなのに、記憶に意識は依存してるのかな。
意識って形として存在してるわけじゃないのが厄介だよね。魂も同じ。結局は宗教観に行き着く。2036年でもさ、魂の存在は証明されてないし、意識を形として証明した人はいないんだ。
そう、ちょっとがっかり。
意識が過去へ飛んだことで D メールに比べてより具体的に過去改変ができるようになったが、同時に収束する結果も存在した。
There are some things in the world will allow me to change and others it won't. For example, I can change the method of Mayuri's death, but never the fact that Mayuri dies on the night of August 13th.
違うよ。 未来は確定してる。
ならば家庭が変化したのはなぜだ。
世界線が変動してたから。岡部倫太郎が過去へ飛んで本来とは別の行動をとったことでダイバージェンスがわずかだけど上下したはずだよ。でもその変動はダイバージェンスメーターで言うと 0.00001% 程度の誤差でしかないわけ。ちょっとしたことの場合全く誤差が発生しない場合だってある。原因が変化することでさ、結果がすでに同時に存在している別の世界線へと変わっただけなの。しかもその2つの世界線は近似値だから変化なんてほとんど感じられないはず。
So, is that why reading Steiner didn't react?
変わる前の世界線は消滅したわけじゃなくてさ、可能性世界線として同時に存在し続けるんだよ。
その辺は多世界解釈なのね。
いずれにしてもパラレルワールドじゃない。
未来は再構成されていると。
そういうことになるのかな。
I'm confused again. Maybe it's impossible for me to fully understand the structure of the universe. Anyway, that's enough discussion. It's time for me to leap again. I explained the situation to Kurisu and have her activate the time leap machine immediately. It's the night of the 11th. I went back about 40 hours. My objective is to keep watch on the street vendors stand in the hope that Suza's father might appear. I've already been here for 2 hours. Now it's 8 p.m. at and the stand looks like it's about to close. Is this another waste of time? Just as I'm starting to get handsy, I notice someone approach the stand.
あれは
It's Daru.
誰？
ゲゲオカリン、
お前ここで何をしている？
その言葉そっくり返すぜ。
Balloon? The storekeeper is looking at us funny, so we decide to change locations.
それで誰よ。あの露店に何を頼もうとしていた？まさかタイターのピンバッジと同じものを偽造しようとしていたわけじゃないよな。
Because he's fat?
そのまさかであります。
Fine, I won't tell you that. Yeah, that's kind of racist too, towards fat people. That it was the suspicious character the foreigner told me about.
紛らわしいやつめ。
Damn, it was all for nothing!
しかしなぜ偽造などしようと？
いや偽造ってわけじゃなくね。
似たようなものだろうが。
No, it's not.
つまりさ、転ばぬ先の杖ってやつ。もしも天音氏の親父さんが見つかんなかったらかわいそうじゃん。
Yeah, you know what I mean. Discriminatory, if you prefer.
親父さんはいたんだって嘘だな。
ぬか喜びさせるということか。
そういう言い方しなくてもよくね。世の中には2種類の嘘があって、ダメな嘘と優しい嘘があるんだぞ。
それは何のエロゲーから得た知識だ？
クラドナドナというエロゲーではなく、いわば人生と呼べるノベルゲーからです。ってやかましいわ。
Yeah, if you say so.
ダメかな。架空のタイターを作り上げる作戦。
そんなことをして鈴葉が喜ぶとでも思っているのか？
これ天音氏からは誰にも言うなって言われてるんだけど、オカリンには話しとくよ。
Clanad?
タイムマシンを調べていて天音氏から聞いたんだけど、
I know only by name. I've never watched it.
過去にしか飛べないらしいんだ。
何？バカな。俺が知っているタイタンのタイムマシンは未来方向にも飛べた。
実際に見たん？
見たわけじゃないが。
そもそもオカリンの言ってるタイターって2000年に現れたやつでしょ。僕はそんなタイター見たことも聞いたこともないけどな。
That's right, the Taitra I know and Suzuha aren't necessarily the same person.
じゃあ本当に
行ったら戻ってこられない。
それは例えば1975年に飛んだらどうなる？今の2010年には戻ってこられないのか？
戻ってくるには1975年から35年間をリアルタイムで生きないと。
ということは鈴葉はタイムマシンに乗って2036年に戻ることもできない。
だからさっきからそう言ってるじゃんか。
それはタイムマシンとしては欠陥品だろ。
そう、あのタイムマシンは未完成だって言ってた。
Incomplete? Incomplete?
セルンの技術をパクって天音氏の親父さんがこっそり独自に作ったものらしいんだけど、親父さんがセルンに殺されたせいで未完成のままなんだって。それでも過去には飛べるからちっとも問題ないって天音氏は笑ってたけどさ。
それは確かな話なんだな。
本人がそう言ったし、天音氏が嘘をついてない限りはマジだと思うよ。つうわけで今この時代にタイムマシンの修理が終わるまでに親父さんと会っておかないと
Then she can't go back to the
もう
future.
二度と会う機会はないかもしんないじゃん。
So that's why he was trying to make a copy of that pin as evidence that Suzuha's father was here.
だがやはり偽造は良くない。嘘は嘘だ。
バレなければ
What difference does it make? True, Suzuha might be sad about missing her father, but that's none of my business. My top priority is Mayuri's safety. However, that sad smile on Suzuha's face, now I understand what it meant. I feel something tighten deep within my chest. Something, right?
ねえねえオカリン、あの人工衛星がタイムマシンだったなんてびっくりしたね。
Yes, this is the same scene.
ああ、そうだな。
ビルに突き刺さっちゃってるけど、すずさんが無事でよかったね。あれって操作がとっても難しいんだって。
Yeah, yeah, that's what you meant earlier. Yeah, I saw it there, yeah. But it was Mayuri, yeah. Because you saw her lips moving, but you didn't see Mayuri at that time. The way it's presented, yeah, is a bit confusing. Yeah, we've already been through that. We've already seen all that.
決まってるよ。すずさんの手をキュン。ねえねえオカリン、あのタイムマシンって
気になるなら。
Yeah, this is all the same dialogue.
ああ、そうだね。
Mayuri giggles and runs off to talk to Suzuha. She returns a few seconds later.
名前あっ
If it's the same, we'll know.
FG204 なんとかなんとか
Don't what?
だってっていうかね、ダル君とスズさんって
Well, so far there's no difference. I'm still reading it to see if there's any difference.
ダルはそもそもフェイリス萌えだ。
So far, no change.
あ、そっか。そうなの。ねえねえ、マユシーもタイムマシンもっとよく見てきていいかな。
I don't remember if this happened last time.
橋田至ってすごいね。タイムマシンさ、突貫工事とはいえうまくすると明日には直せるかもって。見た目は不節制そうで冴えない感じなのにね。
What? It didn't.
あの
Checking the time machine? It didn't happen, did it?
機会を永遠に逃しちゃいそうだから言うけど。聞いてる？
After a moment's hesitation, I give a little nod.
私さ、君たちには本当に感謝してるんだ。初めてこの時代に来た時、私の知ってる人は誰もいなくて、戦ってばっかりだった私の時代とは全然違ってて、この時代の方がすごく平和なのにさ、なんだか私にとってはすごく怖かった。でもさ、今こうして自分の全てを晒せる友達、仲間ができた。私が生まれる前に生きていた人たちと出会えて、私のためなんかにみんな頑張ってくれてる。それってとっても奇妙で、だけどとっても嬉しいんだよね。その気持ちは本当だから。
あのマシンは過去にしか飛べないらしいんだ。
The truth I heard from Daru plays in my head in an endless refrain.
この時代に来ることができて、君たちと同じ時間を過ごせて、私本当に楽しかった。っていうか、君たちみんな揃いも揃って我が強くて、癖があっていろいろと濃すぎて、最初はなんだこいつらなんて思ってたけどさ、いつの間にか君たちといる時間が楽しくなってたよ。2036年はさ、とっても平和で喧嘩すら起きないんだ。知ってた？とにかくさ、喧嘩すら起きない。
This is all the same. When I mentioned that I like the happy song and you said that you like the one with the piano that plays on the title screen as well, it was not that one. It's not this one I was referring to. No, I think it's not this one that we hear that we can hear right now. And because I've started watching the anime a little bit, well, not too far into it, I know that it's a piece of music that's in the anime as well. It's both in the game and in the anime, the one that I have in mind. By the way, that reminds me I should probably save just in case something happens. That actually makes me realize I haven't had to pick any choice on the cell phone for a while. Ah, it's a different version. Ah, okay. Ah, that might be.
うして頑張れてるのも君たちと会えたおかげ。ほんのちょっとでもラボメンの一員になれてよかった。ほんのちょっとの間でも君たちと一緒にいられてよかった。
Suzuha obviously knew from the beginning that if she traveled to 1975, she could never return.
岡部倫太郎、きっと未来を変えてね。今みたいな自由な世界に変えて。
The first time I heard her speak these words, I thought she was sentimental because she couldn't return to her original 2036. I was wrong. Forget about 2036. She can't even return here to 2010. She'll be 54 when 2010 comes around. The present us and the present Suzuha can never meet again. The present us and the present Suzuha can never meet again.
思い出を作ったことを後悔しているか。
どういうこと？
どうせ1975年へ行くのならば、この2010年において俺たちと仲良くならなければよかったと思ったことはないか。そうすればお前が捨てるべき生きてきた痕跡は一つで済んだ。お前は事実上2回自分の存在を殺すことになる。
もしかして橋田至から聞いた？
Well, yeah.
あいつもお前のことを心配している。
たく、誰にも言うなって念を押しといたのに。
どうなんだお前は1975年へ行くことについてどう思っている？
どうもこうもないよ。私は行かなきゃいけないんだ。それが私が選んだ道だし、父さんの意志でもあ
I
る。
was wondering.
もし
Hold on.
俺や誰が止めたら
I was wondering if it is possible that she was the one who donated the computer to the Yanabayashi shrine, saying that someday a man would call to ask it if they have it. Because someone in the past donated the computer to the shrine, but who and when? Could it have been her? Or was it someone else? Because that's important, because if it was someone else, then she doesn't have to leave.
無視する。
Well, it's sounding like it was her. But if it is, it's a bit sad because she can't come
ア
back.
ットチャンネルでも言われた。私だけの考えで何億人にも影響を与えるような過去改変を行うとは何様だってね。でもさ、あんな未来にはなってほしくないから。私は君たちみたいに自由で笑い合って、時には喧嘩もして争いがあって悲しい時もある。そんな人生を私が生まれた時代の人たちに送ってもらいたいし、未来を変えればきっと父さんも椎名真由里も君もセルンに殺されることなくなるだろうから。エゴかもしれないけど私は行く。
そのためならお前自身はどうなってもいいと。
何言ってんの？ 70年代だって悪くないよ。そこでまた君たちみたいな愉快な友達を作って自由に生きていくよ。
Yeah, right, you don't have to pretend. Beneath the clear blue sky, the time machine comes to life. Data's repairs are complete. Mayuri and I helped drain the last of the water out of the cockpit. The machine is still stuck in the Radican's wall, but that's a small matter. My heart is still heavy. Should I let Suzuha leave like this? I chide myself for the thought. Suzuha isn't from this time, but she doesn't want to stay. Then I have no reason to keep her from leaving. We didn't perform a startup test. Activating the time machine would draw too much attention. My only regret is that we couldn't find her father. Not the bad. No, actually meant to say not that bad. The 1970s, 90s were great. All that's left to do is to load in Suzuha's favorite MTB onto the time machine. Yeah, mountain bike, sorry.
本当にサンキューね。なんてお礼を言っていいやら。マユシーたちのこと忘れちゃ嫌だよ。
俺なら僕とチュッチュしてください。
変態は自重しろ。
そうだ。
So she'll get to play Gen 1 on release.
岡部倫太郎、これあげるよ。あのラボの片隅にでもいいからさ、置いといて。
お前。
Is she regretting her decision to leave? Does she want to stay? Is this pin meant to be proof that Amane Suzuha was here with us in this time?
ピンバッジのことだけどさ、それと同じ図柄でラボ面みんなの分を作ったらどうかな。ラボ面の証つうか。
ああ、それすっごくいいかもだよ。
珍しく気が利くじゃない。
なんかそういう使い方してもらえる
So
と
what?
私
It
としては
means that
照れちゃう
any of the
な。
guys in the group could still be our father that way?
つうわけなんで、画像はもう撮ったし、そのバッジは天音氏が持ってってよ。親父さんの大切な形見っしょ。
うん。そうする。
I think I still have a pin from 1993, a Wario pin. That came with a Nintendo magazine or something from when I was little.
はいはい。パンパカパ
I
ン。
should look for it.
ここでマユシーから重大な発表があります。
As usual, she completely fails to sense the gravity of the situation, though I suppose it's our fault for not telling her the truth about Suzuha's time machine. In any case, she has my attention. So?
マユシーはですね、すずさんのお父さん見つけました。
Huh?
は
Huh?
マジ？
No, you're kidding.
会いたい？会いたいよね。というわけで、今日はお父さんに来ていただいてます。どこ？
Is she joking?
それでは発表します。すずさんのお父さんはドゥルルルルルルルルルルルルルルルル。
うお、セルフドラムロール？
You will like Mayuchi much more after this.
じゃがじゃん。すずさんのお父さんは誰くんです。
Her mouth drop. What? Because she thought that they got along so well?
そのロジックはジョークになってないでしょう。そもそもこの変態が結婚なんてできるわけない
Yeah,
し。
great logic there. Yeah, oh no, he's way too perf to get married in the first place, so how could he have a daughter?
その言い草ひどくね？
いや、クリスティーナの言い草に全面的に同意する。ダルは30歳を超えて魔法使いにクラスチェンジするのが確定。
Kurisu, that's too harsh.
お前ら少しは自重しろ。でも事実だから反論できない。
そもそも私の父さん こんなに太ってなかったよ。
He could lose weight.
もうみんなダル君に冷たいよ。
I don't want him to be her dad, but
うわ、僕をかばってくれるのはマユシだけ
it's
だよ。
not like I want it to be
なんとい
so,
う
but
天使。さては僕に惚れてるな。
harsh.
あのね、マユシーの推理だとダル君は絶対にスズさんのお父さんだよ。
Care to elaborate on that? Why?
じゃあ聞かせてよ。どう証明した
Yeah,
の？
what's your proof? That they get along?
ピンバッジに書いてある文字のことをね、ずっと考えてたんだ。
Uh-huh.
でね、じーって見てたら7010の7の部分がちょっと変だなって気づいて、
Well, I thought so too.
7じゃなくて2なんだよ。下の横棒がかすれて消えちゃってるだけ。え、本当に？
So what, it says 2010?
すぎてよくわかんないけど。デジカメで撮った画像を拡大するとね、気づくよ。
2010って西暦のこと？まさに今年のことじゃない。
だったら最初のアルファベットは何を意味する？
簡単だよ。岡部、椎名、橋田、牧瀬でもってあまね。
Huh? It was right in front of us all along. We just didn't know where to look.
これラボメンの頭文字じゃん。
And the stars would be for Moeka, so has to not put her on there, I suppose. Lukako and who was the other one? Fidis? I suppose? I don't know. Isn't that a bit far-fetched?
2010年って言ったら何かなって考えたらね、ラボメンの年だって思って。
The year of the lab mems?
未来ガジェット研究所ができたのは今年だもん。そういうことか。でね、すずさんから聞いた未来の話にはオカリンとクリスちゃんの話は出てくるけど、ダルくんの話はちっとも出てこなかったでしょ。
それを言うならマユシだって。
マユシーはラボメンだけどタイムマシンは作れないし、争い事も好きじゃないから。
No, the reason there aren't any stories about Mayuri is because she dies in a few hours. Only Kurisu, Suzuha, and I know that, and we say nothing.
でもね、ダルくんはスーパーハッカーだし、オカリンの右腕だし、電話レンジちゃんだってオカリンとダルくんの2人で作ったんだから、名前が出てこなくちゃおかしいと思うの。
すなわち名前を偽っているっていうことね。
Why barrel? Because he's fat?
スズさんがいたレジスタンスを作った人の中には
Like a barrel?
オカリンとバレルタイターさんもいたんでしょ。で、2010年の秋葉にいた人で、タイムマシンを独自に研究できる人で。
Well, and I was wondering about this too because she said that she knew her father was going to be at the time machine conference or something like that, to which Daru wanted Daru wanted to attend at one point.
オカリンのリーディング
But I just figured it couldn't be him.
リーディングしたいな。
それについて知ってる人ね、ダルくんならぴったりでしょ。
確かに。
Well, I don't know. The music there is just too comical for it to be true.
覚えてる？タイムマシンオフ会に行けば お父さんに会えると思ったんだよね。ちなみにダル君もそのオフ会に行こうとしてた
Yeah,
でし
there.
ょ。
あれは日本 SF 史を語る上で重要なオフ会だったんだマジで。まあ天音氏の尾行ついでに潜り込めたからラッキーだったけど。
I don't remember that. It must have happened because of the D-mail I sent.
父さんからそのオフ会の話を聞いたことがあって、子供の頃のことだからうろ覚えだったけど、とにかく行けば会えるかなって思ったんだ。
じゃああの会場で僕に会ってたらそれで解決だったって話？
どうかな。その時点では橋田至お父さんだとは認識できなかったかも。あとね、タイムマシーンの名前 FG204 なんとかかんとかって言うんだけど。
Yes, so...
なんだっけ。 FG204 セカンドエディションバージョン 2.31。
そのネーミングセンスは間違いなくダル。
それに FG はね、きっとフューチャーガジェットの略だと
Oh,
思うんだ。
that's true, actually.
最後に名前、バレルタイターさんはね、ダルくんしか考えられないよ。
そういえば昨日の夜、まゆりからバレルの意味を教えてって聞かれたけど。
バレルはね、
バレる？
タルって意味なんだよね、クリスちゃん。
タルダル。
So it is true then.
ダジャレでねでね、すずさん、橋田至って10回言ってみて。
足抱いたる抱いたる。
言えばわかるよ。橋田至る橋田至る橋田至る橋田至る橋田至る橋田至る橋田至る橋田至る橋田至る橋田至る。今「ダイター」って聞こえなかった？
聞こえた。
Yeah, now it's way too many coincidences to be just coincidences.
橋ダイタール、橋ダイタール。
マジで？
マジです。
Okay. I can't believe it either, but okay. With all this evidence laid out in front of me, me too, I can't deny it.
とってもお似合いの親子だと思うな。
I think she looks just like her father. And how he puts this decimals and says that it's a higher version despite it being the first machine because it sounds cool. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that could just be the placebo effect, but now that you mention it, they kind of do look alike. A placebo is something that seems like medicine but has no medicinal effect. When taken by a patient who believes it to be medicine, it gives them psychological stability. Despite placebos having no medicinal effect, there are cases where a patient's condition improves.
お手柄だな。名探偵椎名真由里だ。
お父さん。名探偵真由里。
そんなこと言われたの初めてだよ。
She's such a ditz most of the time, but maybe she's more perceptive than anyone knows. 娘。
娘？天音氏が僕の？
It's that music track that I was referring to. This one, but this is a more emotional, low-key version.
こんな時ぐらい変態はやめろよ。
父さん、私 よ。父さんに会うために父さんが作ったタイムマシンに乗って
うん
父さんのやろうとしていたことを私が絶対やり遂げるから。
うん
だから見ててほしい。
Shouldn't Daru go?
見てるよ絶対見てるよ
Oh. I'm truly glad we could bring them back together.
ちなみに君の母さんは可愛かったロリ顔で背が小さくてだけど巨乳ってのを希望
それは内緒にしとく。
Yeah. Right.
さてと、これでこの世界線への未練はきれいさっぱり断ち切れたから、そろそろ行くよ。
待て、もう行くのか。父親と積もる話があったりしないのか。
What am I doing?
私は大丈夫。きっと IBN5100 を手に入れてみせるから。
Yeah, he's too big.
未来を変えるのは君たちにかかってる。私は荷物をこの秋葉原に絶対持ってくるから。そして君たちに責任を持って託すから。お願い、未来を変えてほしい。
Nobody speaks, nobody nods. The future Suzuha spoke of is not the future we desire. In Suzuha's time, Daru and I fought to change it. This time, we'll make sure it never happens. Mayuri will live. Kurisu will be free. Suzuha will grow up knowing our father.
それじゃ35年後に会おうね。君たちにとっては数時間後か。
With that final warning, Suzuha boards the time machine. She waves once and then the hatch closes behind her. My phone vibrates. I quickly take it out and open it. The mail is from Suzuha. Arigato. Sayonara. When I failed to stop her on a previous world line, she sent me the exact same message before leaving. But this time the word holds a completely different meaning. Or different what? Because that last word No, it was what I said.
Suzuha.
We will never see her again. Not this Suzuha. Yes, we can seek her out in our time. I'll most definitely make the effort anyway. But the next time we meet, an immense gulf of time will have divided us. She won't be the girl we knew.
鈴葉きっとまた会おうな。僕その時まで頑張るから頑張るだなんてとっさにこんな言葉しか出なくて自分のボキャブラリーの貧弱さが嫌になるけどさ、とにかく僕は頑張るから、鈴葉も頑張ってな。
His words probably can't reach her anymore. Suzuha's time machine has vanished into thin air, leaving a hole the size of a dump truck in the wall, or something. When I peek through it, I can see Hakihabara Station right underneath. The air is thick with the smell of ozone and seems to pulse softly where the machine stood. We stand there for a while, staring silently at the empty spot while the summer breeze blows gently past, as if the wind were fate itself. I haven't had any change of chapter yet. Unfortunately, the time machine's sudden disappearance has thrown the area into chaos, which makes it easy for us to slip out unnoticed. See you in 35 years, Suzuha said. 54-year-old Suzuha should be here in Akiba. Before she left, we decided that the time machine's disappearance would be her cue to bring the IBN 5100 to the lab, or so we hope. But when we return to the lab, there's no 54-year-old Suzuha. It seems Suzuha hasn't come yet, even though the satellite's vanishing act is all over the news. As I check the lab for any sign of Suzuha, a line of red numbers catches my eye. Divergence hasn't changed. Reading Steiner didn't activate this time, so I suspected that might be the case. She might have died in the past. At any rate, all we can do now is wait for Suzuha to arrive.
今はさ、鈴葉は54歳になってるわけでしょ。自分の娘が30以上も年上になってるのって見たいような見たくないような変な気分だお。
それどころか結婚してもう孫がいてもおかしくないわね。54歳なら。
つまり僕はこの年にしてひ孫の姿を拝めると、
ひいおじいちゃんらしくドーンって構えてればいいと思うよ。
ひいおじいちゃんって言わせる。
But a sound interrupts their idle chatter. It must be Suzuha, we think. Or it's gonna be someone else. But standing in the doorway was...
お、岡部。
Our disappointment is palpable.
なんだ、あなたか。
なあ、うちのバイト来てないか。
すずさんならね、35年前。
シャラップ、まゆり。
なんか知ってんのか。あいつどこ行ったんだよ。ここ数日ずっと休みっぱなしで、次にいつバイト出るかわかんねえんだよな。
彼女は実家に帰ると言っていましたよ。もうここには来ないでしょう。
何？そうなのか。あのガキ、雇い主である俺には一言もなしか。
The future is changing. On my previous leaps, Mr. Brown never came to by the lab. This must be related to Suzuha's trip to 1975. Surely it's a good sign.
まあいいわ。こうして訪ねてきたのは岡部。
俺に？
岡部倫太郎？
これは？
前に俺が世話になった人からの手紙だ。今日お前に渡してくれって頼まれてた。
Okay.
え？誰？
おめえこそ。
Ashida, Suzu.
すずさんとはどういう関係なんだ？
Yes, we know. Well, we know Hashida anyway. So she took on the surname of her father.
この女性は今どこに？
She came to own this building, yeah.
いや、10年前に亡くなった。
Oh, yeah, she passed away. I feared that might be the case, but...
亡くなった？
She's dead.
いくつぐらいの人だった？
50は超えてなかったな。
The age fits.
渡してくれて感謝します、ミスター・ブラウン。
これもしかしてすずさん？
マジで？なんで店長が？
We couldn't dare involve Mr. Brown in all this, so we thanked him and sent him home. Yeah, there might be. There we go.
お久しぶりです。天音鈴葉です。橋田タイターの娘です。あなたにとってはつい数時間前以来のことかもしれない。今は西暦2000年の6月13日です。これをあなたが読んでいるだいたい10年前ということになります。結論だけ書く。失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した
What?
失敗し
She
た
couldn't get...
失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した
She went there for nothing?
失敗した失敗
敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した私は失敗した失敗
That was all for nothing? That's lame.
今は西暦2000年の6月14日です。これをあなたが読んでいるだいたい9年前10年前になります。失敗した。私が私だということを思い出したのは
The reason is lame as well.
ほんの1年前だった。恐怖の大王が落ちるとか言われてた日。
バカだバカだ。何が恐怖の大王だ。どうせなら落ちてくれればよかった。
私はこの24年間記憶を失っていた。
Oh.
覚えていたのは名前ぐらいだった。思い出したのはほんの1年前だった。
Yeah, that's a super lame reason. Amnesia? Really? This is like the most overused trope in science fiction.
恐怖の大王なんてどこにもいないけど、私は死にたい。修理が完全じゃなかった。タイムマシンは不具合があった。私は1975年に飛んだ時、何も覚えていなかった。それを今になって思い出す私は真っ白で、どうしたらいいかわからず、施設に保護された。今は一人暮らしをしているけど、それは橋田鈴というまっさらな人間として普通に生活してきただけで、天音鈴葉としての使命は完全に忘れていて、去年思い出した。失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した。私は失敗。何が原因なの。タイムトラベルはうまくいかなかった。父さんの修理が完全じゃなかったんだ。でも父さんは悪くない。
Incomplete time machine. Ah, time travel, wobble, wobbly, hoof. Ah, amnesia. Ah.
75年へ飛んでいればよかった。2010年に寄り道するべきじゃなかった。わがままを言ってる場合じゃなかった。これじゃ未来は変わらない。IBN5100 は手には入れられなかった。ごめん。ごめんね。私は何のためにこの年まで生きてきたんだろう。使命を忘れてただのうのうと生きてきた。
Well, use the time leap machine again, and
何の意味もない。
there's no need to send her back there then if this is how it's gonna happen.
意味がない。意味がない。思い出さなければよかった。思い出せてよかった。
Yeah, remembering it is even worse, I would imagine.
よかった。許して、許して、許して、許して、許して、許して。私の計画は狂ってしまった。その原因をこの1年考え続けていた。そして分かった。私が
Who put the computer
一日でも
at the shrine then?
こんなことにはならなかった。岡部倫太郎、君はあのタイムマシンオフ会の後、1975年へ飛ぼうとした私を引き止めた。それはとても嬉しかったけど、でもそこで引き止めたのは失敗だったんだ。私はあの日飛ばなければならなかったんだ。あの日を逃したらダメだったんだ。引き止められたから、その夜に雷雨があってタイムマシンが壊れてしまったんだ。もしも時間を戻せるなら、あの日の私を引き止めないようにしてほしい。そうすれば私は君たちに IBN5100 を届けられる。
Oh.
使命を果たせる。私は使命を果
Ah.
たしたい。
That's why the IBN disappeared. It disappeared from the lab the day that he prevented her from leaving? Because if she didn't leave that day, her mission was unsuccessful, and so the computer never went to the Yanabayashi shrine. And so he could never pick it up from there, and that's why Moeka didn't have it either. But if he lets her leave at that time, the machine won't get isn't flooded, so her mission to go back to 1975 is successful. But then the machine isn't broken either, so she could travel back to the future after completing her mission there, I would imagine.
父さんと
Or is there something I'm still missing there?
父さんの意志だから私の未来を変えたいからごめんごめんごめんこんな人生は無意味だった
I can hardly believe the despairing letter in my hands. Suzuha failed? We didn't repair the time machine properly? She couldn't obtain the IBN 5100? Her life was meaningless? Nobody says a word. Their faces, like mine, are frozen in disbelief. I turn to Daru. He's whiter than a sheet.
ダルタイムマシンは
How would you know? It's future technology.
治ってたはずだよ。はずだけど、そもそもタイムマシンを直すのなんて初めてだったし、見落としがあったのかも。
見落としたと。そのせいでお前の娘は24年間も
Oh, you're not gonna blame him.
僕だって好きで見落としたわけ
Yeah,
じゃん。
figures. You're gonna have to excuse me just a few seconds. I'm back. Didn't do it on purpose.
そうよ。二人とも落ち着きなさい。橋田はできる限りのことを精一杯やった。彼を責めるのは他と違いよ。
お前はなんでそんなに冷静なんだ。
こういう性格なの。悪かったな。とにかく落ち着け。
It's not Daru's fault, I know that, but it can't end like this, it can't. She told you what she had to do. What was Suzuha feeling as she wrote these? I wanted to welcome her back with a smile. Instead this? Suzuha is dead, 10 years gone. Wait, how did she die? Don't tell me. An unpleasant thought passes through my brain. Mr. Brown must know what happened.
ミスター・ブラウン。
お、岡部。例のラジカンの人工衛星消えたってよ。大騒ぎらしいぜ。
そんなことより聞かせてください。
ん？なんだ？
橋田鈴さんの亡くなった状況について。
知ってどうする？
俺は今まで彼女の死について何も知らなかった。彼女の最後を知っておかなければならない。そんな気がするんです。そうしなくちゃいけないんだ。それがどんな最後だったにしろ、この胸に刻みつけておかないと。
単なる 好奇心ってわけじゃなさそうだな。で、もう一度聞くが、すずさんとはどういう関係だ？
古い知り合いです。とても古い知り合いで、でも彼女と過ごしたわずかな時間は
You're not gonna tell me she was your mom, Mr. Brown.
はっきり思い出すことができるんです。聞かせてください。
That would be even more crazy.
あまり言いたくはないんだがな。これから俺が言うことは心して聞けよ。いいか？
And then I get my answer.
自殺だ。
The word weighed so heavily on me, I thought I might be crushed.
自宅で首をつってな。俺が第一発見者だ。
My life was meaningless. I recalled the last words she wrote in her letter, words of unimaginable despair. She didn't deserve so bleak an end.
そんなことになる1年ぐらい前から精神的に随分不安定になってな。それまでは明るくて優しい人だったんだが、俺はあの人の家に下宿させてもらってたんだ。
No, okay.
すずさんは天涯孤独だったし、葬式にはほとんど人は来なかった。寂しいもんだったぜ。さっきの手紙はすずさんが死ぬ1週間前に渡された。2010年の今日になったら岡部倫太郎という青年に渡してくれってな。
And you managed to keep quiet all that time about the letter?
おめえが上に越してきた時はな。
Enough. I can't take it anymore. We bow deeply to Mr. Brown and return to the lab. That chapter is super long. No one speaks. The lounge is silent, save for the TV. What went wrong? Should I have stopped her from leaving after all? Maybe then this tragedy wouldn't have happened. She told you you have to let her go that day. I can't save Mayuri without the IBN 5100. Suzuha had to travel to 1975. And she was gonna do it. But what if I redo these 2 days again? Could Daru fix the time machine so this doesn't happen? No, we'll have to start from scratch each time. 2 days just aren't enough. I recall what Suzuha wrote. If you can go back to that day, please, please let me leave. Don't listen to Chris, pursue Suzuha. Could that be the cause? Yeah, that message is what made the 5100 disappear, I think. As a result, she remained in 2010 for an additional four days. But that night, the time machine was damaged by a thunderstorm. If I hadn't followed Suzuha that day, the solution is obvious. I need to cancel that email. But can I really do that? If I change the past so that Suzuha leaves, won't that undo the 4 days we spent together? Our frantic search through the streets of Akiba? But you will remember them. Her heartfelt confession on the roof of Radikan? Her tearful reunion with her father Daru? All of it will be undone. What do I do? Do you have any choice? No. Damn, Moika's men will be here any minute. There's no time to think, no time to hesitate.
Okabe, どうするつもり?
He's gonna risk it. Even if he is not sure whether his memories will be able to travel so far back intact.
Okabe.
オカリン、無茶はダメだよ。
Don't try to stop me, Mayuri. I can't let this stand.
クリス、お前は日付を正確に覚えている特技があったな。
ええ、まあ。
鈴葉の励まし会をやったのはいつだ？
4日前。 8月9日。
You already know what you must do. Stop pursuit. Last mail. Is CERN trap. That should be enough to convince me to let Suzuha go.
オカリン D メールを送るの。でもそうしたら
Well, the mails are a lot more unpredictable, so... I know that, but this is the only choice I have. Huh? Send email or don't send email? Oh, this is important. Okay, so this one is a big important one then. Yeah, I'm sending it. Save Mayuri, that is my purpose. Erase the time you spent with Suzuha. Destroy whatever bond you had. Push the button. Isn't that what Suzuha wants? You'll be saving her from 25 years of loneliness. Yeah, the gameplay has finally started, yeah. After... how long? 22 hours? You'll be saving her from 25 years of loneliness, from ending her life in utter despair. Save Suzuha, save Mayuri. But is it really? Is erasing those memories really the right thing to do? Should I just time leap again, so I can consider other possibilities? You can still change it. He's trying to talk you into not doing it. What should I do? What's the right choice? Stop, you're starting to doubt. But I need to reach a conclusion or else. I place my thumb on the send button.
いいの？すずさんとの思い出消えちゃうんだよ。本当にそれでいいの？ほんのちょっとの間でも君たちと一緒にいられてよかった。父さんのやろうとしていたこと、私が絶対やり遂げるから。それじゃ35年後に会いましょう。君たちにとっては数時間後か。お願い、未来を変えてほしい。
Suzuha, I've made my choice. I won't ask for your forgiveness. Ultimately, I'm doing this to save Mayuri. But at the same time, the words you spoke on that rooftop are still strong in my heart. You entrusted me your hope for the future. If I am to honor that wish and fulfill mine, then the time we spent together can never have happened. Ah, and this is what triggers maybe that version of chapter 7, I don't know. Light gathers between my eyes. Stars explode behind my eyelids. Gradually, color returns to the world. Has the world line changed?
消えた。
I checked the meter a few minutes ago, just before the world line changed. Now it's nowhere to be found. She never gave it to you. I quickly realize what has happened. A surge of regret seizes my heart. I clench my teeth and endure it as best I can. If nobody else remembers, then I alone will keep those memories alive. Our memories with Suzuha. Mayuri, Kurisu, and Daru are in the room with me. The world line should have changed. I erased the time we spent with Suzuha. that should have allowed her to leap to 1975 without losing her memories, and the IBN 5100 should be in our hands now. We can use it to hack into CERN and erase the data they intercepted from us. Without that information, Moika's men won't attack the lab. Mayuri won't have to die. That's how it should be. Otherwise, why did I sacrifice Suzuha's dream? But isn't it already too late to erase that data at that point in time? I immediately tried to confirm that the retro PC, the IBN 5100, is in the lab. But contrary to my expectations, I can't find it anywhere. What's going on? I want to sit down and think about where it could have gone, but a voice in my head is screaming that there's no time. I need to calm down. It's hard to think straight after everything that's happened. I tried to calm myself down, but the fateful hour is upon us before I know it.
ダル、山手線は止まっているか？
はいや、止まってないんじゃね？
Well, certain things are different then.
ネットで調べてくれ。
Ah, no, okay.
今いいところなのに。
頼む。
やっぱ止まってないみたいだ。
ありがとう。
The world line has changed. Images from the assault flashed through my mind. Mayuri bleeding to death on the floor. The smell of gunpowder in the air. That nightmare should finally be over. I start to pray. Please don't let anything happen. It's past 9.
オカリン、誰か待ってんの？
It should have already happened at that point, I think. That is right. I've probably looked out the window 20 times in the past hour. Moika's men still haven't appeared. The raid was before 7 if I remember correctly. I think it's safe to say that my changes to the past have prevented it from occurring. But if you're still in a tractor field A or Alpha, it's still not good. Just said how we're pronouncing the H. I try. I think it's safe to say that my changes to the past have prevented it from occurring. Suzuha's sacrifice was not in vain.
マユリ、それにクリス。
今あんた、私の名前、普通に呼んだ？
While reading the comment, I do try.
二人とも帰るんだ。もう。
But I don't know about that.
送っていく。
You two should go home. It's late, so I'll walk with you.
そうする。
別に岡部なんかに送ってもらわなくても一人で帰れるんだけど。
いいから。誰も支度しておけ。
え？僕も？
So the train lines running through Akihabara are parading normally. There's no bomb scare and no sign of Moika of her men. Or a man. Now Mayuri is by my side. It's the night of the 13th and Mayuri is still alive. This is why I sacrificed our memories with Suzuha. It was the only way. Doesn't mean she won't die though. Actually, come to think of it, why can't I tell her in person? Where in Hakiba could the 50-year-old Suzuha be? I'll try asking Tennoji tomorrow. He probably knows Suzuha on this world line too. I wonder if Suzuha remembers me.
ねえねえ、オカリン。
なんだ？
なんだじゃないよ。そんなにじーって見つめられたらね、気になってマユシーはそわそわしちゃうのです。
それは悪かった。
今日のオカリン、なんだかいつもと違うような気がするよ。
そうか。
どうか したの？
I don't want to worry her too much. I want Mayuri to smile her usual ditzy smile without caring the world. After all, it's over now. She's safe. Let's hope so.
俺は何も変わってはいない。今もお前の顔を見ていたのではなく、いかに世界に混沌をもたらすかを考えていたのだ。
本当に？無理してない？
この狂気のマッドサイエンティストに無理なことなど一つもない。常に IQ170 を誇る灰色の脳細胞が完璧な計算を叩き出しているのだからな。
そっか。でもね、たまにはボケーって休むことも必要なんだよ。そのことをね、忘れないでね、オカリ。
Mayuri is here with me, doing everyday Mayuri things. Ordinary things. Ordinary things. Everything is going back to normal. Yesterday was my first time home in a while, so I slept like a log in my comfortable bed. Even though I arrive at the lab before noon, Mr. Brown already seems to be shuttering the shop for today. Huh? How come? He stands up when he notices me. This is it? All good now? Game over? Okay.
今なら特別に月給ブラウン管1台で雇ってやる。
Special offer, I'll hire you for 1 CRT a month.
鈴葉はいつ頃辞めたんでしたっけ？
鈴葉？誰だそいつは。
What? Was her existence erased completely? But that's impossible.
たった10日ばかりで辞めてくようなゆとりバイトの名前なんざとっくに忘れちゃう。
Oh, no, okay. Damn you and your misleading words. So Suzuha did work here. The evidence of Suzuha's sojourn. Is that really how it's spelled? Sojourn? Okay, well, I'll accept it. Still remains on this world line. Her stay. I know what it means. I wasn't sure it was spelled that way. Her stay in 2010.
だから嫌なんだ。最近の若いのは根性なしもいいところだぜ。どうせ面接の時に言ってたブラウン管が好きってのも嘘だったんだろうな。まんまと騙されちまった。
Naturally, he doesn't know about Suzuha's true identity.
橋田鈴という人を知っていますか？
懐かしい名前だな。おめえ知り合いだったのか？
Knew her? Knew her?
その人は今は
もうかれこれ10年になるか。
10 years? 10 years since what? She isn't dead, is she? I don't want to know the answer. Come out with it. I want to know.
あの人には随分世話になった。
He's smiling like he has fond memories. Why are you talking about her in past tense?
天涯孤独だったらしくてな。せめて俺が見とってやりたかったんだが。
At the end of what? Even though the world line changed, Suzuha didn't survive to the year 2010?
ま、こう言っちゃなんだが、死に顔は穏やかだったよ。
穏やか。自殺じゃないのか？
自殺？お前それ誰から吹き込まれたんだよ。すずさんは病気で亡くなったんだ。根も葉もねえ話を信じてんじゃねえ。
Still sad though. Sickness killed her? I shouldn't feel good about that. But I guess you could say it's better than what happened before the world line changed. Well, yes, I guess. In a roundabout way, it's a good ending, I
おめ
suppose.
えとすずさんはどういう
Maybe not the
知り合いだっ
best,
た
but
昔俺も世話になったんです。もう一度会いたいって思っていたのに。
そうか。あの人が住んでた家は今俺が使ってんだ。位牌もそこにある。なんなら手を合わせに来るか。
I nod without a moment's hesitation.
例の人工衛星いつ消えたんでしたっけ？
ああ、5日前ぐらいじゃなかったか。世の中奇妙なことが起きるもんだな。
Which means Suzuha left before it rained. Like Tennoji said, his house is closer than expected. This old one-story house is where Suzuha once lived. I walk up to the front of the house and there I see a familiar sight. For a moment I can see her there, squatting beside the bicycle.
その自転車はすずさんがすっげえ大事にしてたんだよ。晩年は自分で乗ることはなかったけどな。それでも週に一度はフレームを磨いてた。処分することもできなくて、結局10年もそこに置いたままだ。俺もできるだけ整備はしてるんだが、さすがに錆が目立ってきてるな。
The house isn't as messy inside as I expected. Quite a surprise considering the condition of the brown tube workshop. Well, it's a workshop, so I guess that chipmunk keeps the place clean. A wave of nausea hits me as I recall what Nae did at Ochanomizu Station. But I tell myself that was just an accident. Besides, that incident has already been undone. Tennoji Nae has done nothing wrong. Nae isn't here. Which reminds me, Tennoji's daughter visits the workshop often, but not once have I seen his wife. I turn to the Buddhist altar to pay my respects to Suzuha. There's no picture of her, so there's no way to know what Ashida Suzu looked like at the age of 44. This is the house Suzuha lived in after leaping to 1975.
俺とすずさんは最初、いわゆるお隣さんだったんだよ。俺はヨーロッパ生まれのヨーロッパ育ちでな。
は？それはギャグですか？
んだよてめえ。俺は英語もフランス語もペラペラだぞこら。
He really doesn't look like someone who lived abroad. I guess you can't judge a book by its cover.
両親が死んで15年ぐらい前に日本に帰ってきたんだよ。つっても俺にとっては生まれて初めての日本だった。この国について何にも知らねえ俺の面倒を見てくれたのが隣に一人で住んでたすずさんだったってわけだな。
Don't tell me you got involved and that Nae is the daughter of Suzuha. Now's my chance.
結婚を？
あ？結婚？
すずさんと。
アホか。
Phew, I knew she'd never marry a guy like him.
あの人は随分ストイックに生きてたよ。人付き合いもあまりなかったみてえだ。
Okay, well,
でもな
that would have been
俺には
kinda
よくし
twisted.
てくれた。ここに越してきて1年ぐらい経った時、俺の家が火事で全焼してな。俺のタバコの不始末が原因だから自業自得なんだが、その時に全財産なくした俺をこの家で下宿させてくれたんだ。それだけじゃねえ。工房のあるあの大檜山ビルな、 あれもともとすずさんの持ち物だったんだぞ。
She may have hid the computer there for him to find.
格安で譲ってもらったんだ。おかげで俺はブラウン管工房を構えることができたってわけだ。あの人は俺の恩人だよ。ある時、なんだって縁もゆかりもねえのにこんなによくしてくれるんですかって聞いたことがあるん
She
だ。
wasn't doing it for him. She was doing it to ensure that the timeline wouldn't be changed too much from the one she left. To make sure that the Brown Tube Workshop would still exist and so on and so forth, I think. She was trying to maintain the world line the way it was before she left.
そしたらあの人は笑ってこう答えたよ。
No?
巡り巡って人は誰かに親身にしてもらうことになってる。
Yeah, because of just out of her, yeah, out of kindness. Well, that works too, I
不思議な
suppose.
人だったぜ。預言者みたいにこれから起きる出来事をピタリピタリと言い当てたりしてな。
Suzuha. That was probably her way of repaying Tennoji for looking after her, even if it was just for 10 days. And so it came full circle. Yeah, it might have been for that reason too. It's a small world, huh?
あの人の
Never
ことを
thought
知って
I'd
る
meet
人間が
someone.
こんな近いところにいたとは。そうだ。ちょっと待ってろ。
He comes back holding something in his hands. Huh? Before the world line changed, it was in the lab. But on this world line, Suzuha brought the meter with her to 1975. It's been in this house for 35 years. Divergence has changed, just like Suzuha said.
メーターの数値が 1% を超えたとき、君はベータ世界線にたどり着いたことになる。
Does that mean I'm still on the Alpha world line? Yes, it does.
それ何の数字を表してるかわかるか？俺にはさっぱりわからなくてな。この10年その数字からピクリとも変わりゃしねえ。ただすずさんは病床からいつもこのメーターを眺めてた。上ごとのようにつぶやいてたよ。この数字は変わる前なのかな、変わった後なのかな、私は変えられたのかな。そんな風に一日に何回もな。見てて痛々しいほどだった。
I'm gonna have to stop very soon, I'm afraid. I don't know how close to maybe one of the endings I am, but in my heart I reach out to the girl who died 10 years ago. I guess if they're still on the same world line, it can't be over. I reach out to the girl who died 10 years ago, to the girl who will be born 7 years from now, to the girl who crossed time to save the future. Suzuha. Thanks to you, Mayuri is safe. Divergence has changed. But we haven't yet reached your ultimate goal. 1% divergence. Once that is achieved, the future you dreamed of will become a reality. I will carry on your fight, Suzuha. I promise. Yeah, maybe now is a good point to stop for today. Because this kind of closes that part of the story, I suppose, and now it's more about, so what do we do now? To try to reach that 1%. So I guess it's perhaps for the best that I stop right there. Tomorrow night, so we're back to streaming in the evening, like on every weekday. And normally, I should be there around 7 p.m. CET, so yeah, I will. You can use the thing I posted on my Discord if you want to know the time, but it should be around 7 p.m. CET. Maybe a bit later if I have a dinner late compared to the usual. Depends. Usually I have dinner in between 6 p.m. and 7 p.m. So and it fluctuates, I guess. It depends on which world line we're on, I suppose, or something like that. You can imagine any kind of sci-fi explanation you want. But anyway, yeah. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll leave you to it. Take care of yourselves, and I'll see you guys tomorrow if you can make it. See ya. Bye-bye.